It's proved it to the world. Sure, it invites fraud. It's proved it to the world. Sure, it invites fraud. Plenty of fraud. The people in Fulton County were instructed not to look at signatures. They were instructed to do that, and you have testimony to that effect. Not only do you have testimony to that effect, you have film that shows you them not looking at the signature, doing this. It's going to happen again. Well, it's not just going to happen again. It's happening right now as I speak in the election that's going on. The same fraud that went on in the prior election is going on right now with the mail-in ballots because of the unlawful, unconstitutional consent decree that your Secretary of State, I guess, entered into. I don't know what's wrong with him, but that consent decree usurps your power as a state legislature. You're supposed to make those changes. The Constitution gives the authority to you. The Constitution also says the buck stops here, and the buck stops with the state legislature. You're responsible for those numbers that have been submitted to Washington. Is there anybody that believes that Georgia submitted the right number of votes to Washington? Is there anybody that would like to put their name on an affidavit that that's true and correct and take a risk of going to jail? As a lawyer, I would instruct you not to do that, because there's not a person in Georgia or a person in the United States that believes that those numbers are correct. If you look at that one recording, that one tape, you know they're not correct. Or if you look at the fact that you had 2,560 felons vote. You had 15,700 people vote in Georgia who had changed their address before the election. You had 40,000 people fail to re-register before they voted. You had 10,315 people that we can determine from obituaries were dead when they voted. That's pretty tough to do, to vote when you're dead. So right away, that number you submitted to Washington is a lie. It's not true. It's false. Minus 10,000 dead people. Those are the number of dead people we were able to figure out by looking at obituaries, because your Secretary of State is engaged in what I consider an unlawful cover-up. He won't let us look at records. If the Dominion machines are what we say they are, and we've tested the Dominion machines in Michigan, those machines are like Swiss cheese. You can invade them, you can get in them, you can change the vote, you can fractionalize the vote. Why would you ever fractionalize a vote? There's not such a thing as half a vote or a quarter of a vote. Why would you have an election machine where you can change the vote? The liars who run Dominion have said you can't change the vote. Read the manual. Read their manual. Their manual says you can change the vote. Why should you be allowed to change a vote in a voting machine? Once that vote goes in there, that's it. You shouldn't be able to change it. You should be able to move it from Trump to Biden or from Biden to Trump. Well, you can do that in the Dominion machine. Our people have inspected 22 Dominion machines. We've submitted affidavits from, and they're all ex-military people who did this work for the NSA and for the United States government. Every time they would count in the machine, they would get a different count. They were able to move votes, massive number of votes, from one side to the other. They caught, in this county, 6,000 votes having been moved from Trump to Biden, which had to be reversed. But those are the only machines we've ever gotten to look at. If 22 machines move 6,000 votes, well, how many machines do you have here? How many votes do you think they moved? And why is it that the Secretary of State won't allow us to examine them? If he's so sure this was the cleanest election in history, let us examine the machines. We'll find out really fast. We'll find out really fast if this was the cleanest election in history or the biggest scandal in terms of voting in the history of our country. We'll find out in 2 days. Or we can go get the gentleman you had before. The gentleman you had here before who can examine the ballots. He can tell you in a day. He can find out, were there illegal ballots submitted? He can tell you whether it's an official ballot of the state of Georgia or one made up in a garage somewhere so they could plug in an extra 30 or 40,000 Biden votes. He can tell you that definitively, scientifically. We can find out if it was the cleanest election in history or the biggest fraud in history. Who's stopping us? Your Secretary of State is stopping us. If he's so sure that it's the cleanest vote ever in history, then let us examine the ballots. Let us forensically examine the ballots. Let's not keep recounting the same crooked votes that we counted in the first place. The recount in Cobb County is a joke. It's an insult. Yeah, I mean, I can keep recounting the same phony votes over and over again, and I'll get the same result. Let us examine the ballots, said Mr. Secretary of State. Let us examine the machines. And why are you stopping us from doing that? Why are you stopping the people from Georgia to find out if these allegations, which are made now by numerous witnesses, I don't know how many witnesses you've had that have demonstrated fraud. Well, let's find out how extensive it was. It's easy to do. It'll take about 3-4 days. There's a scientific process to do it. And if you need evidence that this was a deliberate fraud, that's your best evidence. I mean, why would they stop the gentleman who testified earlier from examining ballots this morning, other than the fact that they know if he examines those ballots, he's going to pull out 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 ballots that were made up by the Democrat Party and submitted and put in during periods of time like what you saw on video. That's exactly what was happening. And if you look at the number of votes during that period of time, Biden gained 138,000 vote advantage during that period of time from those votes. You take that advantage away, who wins this state? Let me conclude by saying something that I find people resist, and maybe it's because we've never faced this before. Our founding fathers miraculously probably envisioned everything that would happen to us. They even envisioned this: a disputed election, cheating, stealing. And they made a choice. They made a choice of where to put the responsibility in a difficult situation like that. Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution puts that responsibility right here in the state, in the legislatures of the several states. You are responsible for the selection of the electors, not the governor, not your Secretary of State who's covering up everything he can cover up, not anybody else, but you. It's your power. It doesn't come from the state constitution. It comes from the United States Constitution. You're not subjected to needing a special session. The governor has no right, really, to interfere in it. He has no right to call a special session or not call a special session. The Constitution has taken him out of the process. The Constitution put the power in the state legislature.
It doesn't matter that 20 doctors have told you it's all in your head. I got news for you. It's actually all in your gut.
Cardiothoracic surgeon Stephen Gundry says he's solved the weight loss mystery.
You really have changed the way I think about what I eat.
Best book I've seen on diet ever.
You did all this research. You were 70 pounds heavier. What did you change? What did you stop eating? And what did you start eating?
So I used to be 70 pounds overweight, and I was running 30 miles a week. I was going to the gym 1 hour every day and eating a healthy, low-fat vegetarian diet. And no matter what I did, I couldn't lose weight.
Then Dr. Gundry discovered a remarkable scientific breakthrough that changed everything.
I attribute almost all of my weight loss to the addition of one thing that I did to my diet.
We live in the most advanced era in human history, right? There have never been more medical breakthroughs than there are right now. So tell me one thing. Why is the health of the average American plummeting? Why are digestive issues like bloating, cramps, and constipation at the highest levels ever recorded? Why do so many of us struggle with fatigue and low mood? Why are skin problems, achy joints, allergies, and constant colds something that millions of Americans deal with every single day? Why are 66% of Americans overweight, diabetic, or pre-diabetic? And why is that number skyrocketing every day, with projections that in 10 years a staggering 85% of all Americans will be overweight or obese? Because modern medicine profits from sickness, not health. And in my opinion, their worst fear is that you learn the true cause of what ails you and that you solve it. once and for all. That's why I made this video. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and for much of my adult life, I was overweight. My knees and bones ached, and I was tired all the time. This was despite being a world-renowned cardiothoracic surgeon and living the perfect healthy lifestyle most of my fellow doctors recommended. I rarely ate fast food. I consumed low-fat dairy and whole grains. I ran 30 miles a week and worked out at the gym daily. Despite all this, I was 70 pounds overweight, had high blood pressure, migraine headaches, arthritis, high cholesterol, and insulin resistance. I wore braces on my knees because they hurt so much. That was then. Today I'm proud to say I'm not only thin and healthy, I'm actually happy because I finally feel clean and healthy on the inside. I'm turning 70 this year, and people often assume I'm 10 years younger than I am. Best of all, I've now helped tens of thousands of people achieve the same results, including people of every age, many of whom were in really bad shape and thought they could never get healthy. To accomplish this yourself, you do not need to visit a doctor. You do not need to have an expensive surgery. You do not need to do crazy workouts. And you don't have to starve yourself. What you do need to do is change just one aspect of your health. And if you do it, I can practically guarantee your health and life will change in a matter of weeks or even days. What's the one thing you need to change? Your gut. Today, I'm going to share with you my brand new gut cleanse protocol for transforming your physical health and achieving the life you deserve. Much of what you're about to hear has never been shared before outside my world-famous clinics in Santa Barbara and Palm Springs, California. And it's based on scientific research from my 40 years practicing medicine. And do you know the best part? It's actually easy, as long as you're prepared for several myths you've heard all your life to be shattered. As you may know, there are over 340,000 people on Earth right now who are over 100 years old. Amazingly, many of them are still dancing, biking, feeling great, and enjoying life even after their centennial birthday. In fact, I've met many, and even been doctored to, several who looked so good, people thought they were 30 to 40 years younger than their actual age. I'm here to tell you that, despite what you've heard, their amazing health is not due to good luck or superior genetics. They live in different countries, eat different foods. Some have no vices, and some smoke cigarettes and drink wine all day. But if you look at these people closely, a very specific pattern about their lifestyle becomes crystal clear. And by studying this secret pattern, I believe we've discovered a master key that unlocks your body's health and longevity. I've spent many years
so strong that you can take that power back right up to the last moment. You could take it back 2 minutes before the electoral votes are counted. Because ultimately it's your responsibility. You delegated it to them in the first place. And if you feel that they're exercising it improperly, it is your obligation to stop them from doing it. And you know they exercised it improperly. You know that. You've got so much evidence of it, there are 10 ways to demonstrate it. There are 10 ways to demonstrate that this election was stolen, that the votes were phony, that there were a lot of them, dead people, felons, phony ballots, phony mail-in ballots. How is it that in every single Republican county in this state senators ran ahead of the president by 4 to 6%? Every single one. Exactly the same, 4 to 6%. We know the president's favorability in this state. We know that, at least in a few of those cases, he's going to run ahead of the Republican senators. And it just so happens it's just in the states where they fixed the vote that happened. In other states, the president ran ahead of most Republican state senators. So I'm tired of demonstrating it. There are so many ways of demonstrating it. You know it. This is a question of courage. It's ultimately a question of courage. Do you have the courage to stand up to the obligation the Constitution of the United States put on you to save our people from fraud, to save the reputation of the state of Georgia from in history certifying a phony vote that led to the wrong result in an election, which will be the verdict of history? Or do you have the courage to put up with what's going to happen if you in fact change that certification and do the right thing? You'll be attacked, you'll be pilloried, you'll be described in all sorts of horrible ways. Well, you'll wake up the next morning and look in the mirror and you'll be able to say, I did the right thing. And that's what you should be about in public office. Not worried about what people say, but what you did. And I'll tell you another thing. Your decision will stand the test of history, because this is going to prove to be even worse than it is now, and it's pretty bad. So I implore you, hold the session, take a vote, do the right thing, and forget the criticism. You know what the right thing to do is. You've seen the evidence. You know what the law is. And I implore you to do the right thing. Not necessarily for President Trump, although he is my client and your client. But now it really has become much bigger than that. For the American people. And so this stops. Right now. No more of this stuff in America. This is the stuff you do in a third world country. We let them get away with this. It can get much worse. And I can't say enough about your courage, you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members of your committee, in doing what a lot of others are afraid to do. And I thank you on behalf of my client and on behalf of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time.
Any questions?
Any questions? No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, now we'll move on to Mr. Bob Cheeley.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to her.
And after Mr. Cheeley, we'll have Christine McKinnell, and we'll be wrapping it up shortly after that. So we'll have a few more. Let me go through the order of witnesses just so that we'll know. After Ms. McKinnell, we'll have Dana Smith, Susie Voiles, Mr. Halliburton, Bobby Pitton, and then we'll have, I think, one more person, and Linda McLaughlin, and then I think Mr. I think Ray wanted to speak. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Cheeley. I'm a lawyer, trial lawyer. I've been licensed to practice law in the state since 1982. I'm a graduate of the University of Georgia School of Law and undergraduate, so I'm therefore a double dog, and I wear that badge proudly. I was born and raised in Beaufort, Georgia. I've been a lifelong resident of this state, and I've resided in Fulton County since the mid-1980s. I practice law in Metro Atlanta, in Alpharetta, and I try cases against major companies. I hold them accountable based upon evidence and facts. And I'm here today to share with the members of this committee evidence that shows that what occurred at the State Farm Arena that night, and I've watched that video, every minute of it, should shock the conscience of every red-blooded Georgian, no matter your political persuasion. I've asked Bob, if you're posting, Bob Poston here, he's got the video. I want to pull it up and I want to show you, for those that may not have taken the time to watch this video, I want to show you what occurred there that night that should shock the conscience of every Georgian. Bob, if you would. All right. So this, in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the time. That's 11:05 p.m. This is after everyone was told to go home because there was a major water main break. That was false. There was no water main break at all. There was a toilet leak about 16 or 18 hours earlier in the day, leaking from the ceiling, from a suite above. It was cleaned up. It had no impact on this election. The water main break pronouncement was obviously made to clear the room of all poll watchers and the media. So they were told that night that the vote count would be suspended because the water main break, and that they would resume the vote count the next morning. The next morning, everybody was stunned to learn that the people at State Farm Arena, there were 5 women that worked for about 2.5 hours from just before 11 p.m. until just before 1 a.m. Scanning ballots. And the disturbing thing about it is that there were 5 of these desks with women at each of the 5 desks. And we've labeled the first one here, kind of focused on her. She's wearing a purple top, desk 1. This is at 4x speed, so we don't have to sit there and watch, it in a slower speed. But you can see that this lady is taking the same stack of ballots, and once she runs them through the scanner, there she goes. She sticks them back in and runs them a second time and a third time. And then the lady to her right, wearing the yellow top, we've got a second video that shows that she did the same thing with a stack of ballots on her desk. And so there's ballot scan number 3 from desk number 1. One man, one vote just went out the window at State Farm Arena on the night of November the 3rd, 2020. And it's here for all of us to see. This is much like going to trial with a who ran the red light case, and instead of having people coming in and testifying about who ran the red light, you got a video showing who ran the red light. Now, it doesn't take experts, and I'm glad we had an expert here today on the ballots in the person of Jovan Pulitzer, who is probably one of the most qualified experts I've ever had in the kind of cases that I've ever presented. I'm blown away with his credentials and his ability to, if he was given access to these ballots, he could tell us with 100% certainty how many of those ballots are real. I mean, how many of them are fake? And that's, at the end of the day, that's what all Georgians want to know is, were these ballots, that were being scanned here after everybody was told to clear the room, were these real ballots or were they counterfeit ballots? But they were included in the vote total. Now, I served an open records request upon Fulton County. There you can see desk number 2. She's on scan number 2 of the same ballots. We need to know who these women are, for example. They need to come before this panel or somebody under oath, under penalty of perjury, and testify about those ballots after Jovan Pulitzer has had a chance to inspect the ballots. Because I think that these people would be pleading the Fifth Amendment if asked questions about what they knew about these ballots. So I've served an open records request upon Fulton County. I wanted to get those ballots and make them available to Jovan Pulitzer so that he could determine, are these legitimate ballots or not? And I also wanted access to those computers that you see there and those scanners so that they could image what's on those computers and scanners to tell the people of Georgia, and particularly the people of Fulton County like me who pay taxes, whether or not our votes are being diluted or stolen. So, what do I get? I get no response from Fulton County Board of Electors. I called yesterday. We had this thing set up for this morning. We had a truck loaded with 4 of these commercial high-speed scanners specified by Jovan show up at Fulton County Board of Electors warehouse, which is where they told me yesterday I should go with the scanners. I had lawyers from my law firm show up there ready to scan these things according to his instructions, Jovan's instructions. We were then told, oh, we're not doing it here. Those ballots are down at State Farm. They're not at State Farm Arena. They're down at World Congress Center. So the trucks load up, drive down to World Congress Center, get down to World Congress Center. People at World Congress Center say, we don't know what you're talking about. We haven't been told to expect you. So then I'm hearing this hearing today, getting all these text messages from my lawyers in my firm saying, what do we do now? I said, we call Ralph Jones. He's the head registrar for Fulton County. Call his office. Find out where the ballots are. When they're going to make them available. Because we've got a right to see those ballots under Georgia law and under federal law. Well, the last word I got a little while ago was they're not going to make them available unless we have a court order. So here we go again, kicking the can down the road, obfuscation, delay, trying to run out the clock. If I had an hourglass here with sand in it, that's the whole goal here is to run out the sand, run out of time so that the Georgia legislature and the people of Georgia won't have access to these ballots to see if they're true or not. And, It's time for the Georgia legislature, the House, led by a great man, Speaker Ralston, and it's time for the Senate, led by a man that I've known since we were both little boys growing up in Beaufort, Georgia, Senator Butch Miller. It's time for these two gentlemen to do their job, call in the House and the Senate to look at this video. Look at the State Farm video. We all can see it. We know who ran the red light. It didn't take an expert to tell us who ran that red light. We can see what happened. How many times the same ballots get voted over and over again. So it's time to call a session and let the people, one by one, every legislator who's been elected needs to raise their hand and say, I'm for one man, one vote. And if I'm seeing one man, one vote violated there, then every person in the legislature needs to say all of those votes under what is called the adverse inference law of Georgia, all of those need to be tossed. You can't rely on them. So that's the summary of my testimony. And thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I'll take any questions at this time.
Senator Rhett had a question. I thank you for your testimony, sir, and your video. But just from a legal standpoint, when you and your lawyers showed up with the scanner, legally, would you be allowed to handle ballots and scan them yourself?
We were going to allow the Fulton County election workers to instruct us how to put those ballots on the scanner, and if they wanted to do it themselves, they could do it.
But is that legal?
Yes, it is. It's non-destructive testing. And we, under Georgia law, you're entitled to have access to ballots for the purpose of verifying the authenticity of ballots.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Senator Jones, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Cheeley. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate your testimony, and you're dead right in what you're saying. I mean, it's as they used to say over at the University of Georgia, the eye in the sky doesn't lie, you know. And when I was over there playing ball, to your knowledge, has anybody been able to speak with the 4 or 5 people who were left in the State Farm arena as far as subpoenaed them or any group or?
Not to my knowledge.
And you filed a couple of lawsuits, I think, in Fulton County, and the Fulton County judges have, I know in Mr. Smith's case, they've yet to even assign him to a particular judge, and it's been there for 2.5-3 weeks now. And have you filed a suit and had the same luck?
I mean, I have not filed a lawsuit. Mm-hmm. I know Ray Smith has, and others have that have testified here, and I've heard that no judges have been assigned to hear their cases, and there's just total breakdown in the system here.
Mm-hmm. And it all centers around Fulton County, but ultimately, the Georgia legislature should and has the final say in all of this. Though, correct?
Absolutely. And you know, I grew up here. My dad, my granddad were Southern Democrats, and I'm related to Richard B. Russell, and I knew him. He was from Winder, Georgia, not far from Beaufort, Georgia, where I'm from. And I would believe that those fine gentlemen, such as Richard B. Russell, would be appalled to see what's going on there in that State Farm Arena video. And he would speak out against it. And it reminded me of the infamous speech given by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on December the 8th, 1941, when he addressed the nation. And he said as follows: Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and of the House of Representatives, yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. I respectfully submit that this plan was regarding this voter fraud at State Farm Arena was deliberately planned. It had to be many weeks before this election, and it represents an imperialist attitude by some that they have the right to cancel out the votes of the good people of this state. And that imperialist attitude, if not corrected by this body, the Senate, and this House, will lead to tyranny. Just as our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, said when he said, "We in America do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for good people of good conscience to remain silent." I trust that our elected officials in the House and the Senate will not remain silent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheeley. Thank you, Mr. Cheeley. Okay, now we'll have Christine McKennell, and then we'll have Dana Smith, Susie Voiles, Mr. Halliburton, and then Bobby Pitton by Zoom, and then Linda McLaughlin, and then Ray Smith, and then we'll. You need to go. Thank you for being here.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't have a PowerPoint. I just brought paper, kind of old school. So I'll have those after if anybody would like those.
Yeah, Ms. McKennell, yes, ma'am. If you would again say your name, and I know you have a lot to say, but if we could let's get to the
I will go fast. I will go fast. Hi, my name is Christine McKennell.
Presence, yes.
I am a resident of Cobb County, and I come before you as a proud daughter of a Vietnam veteran, and even more for the Vietnam veteran whose vote did not count this last election. I am begging of you to please look into the technology and who really is in charge of our elections here in Georgia. While I know Dominion has been in the news not only here but nationally, I would ask you to please look into the poll pads that are being used in Georgia and the no ink software that is on the poll pads. I chose this year to get involved in elections, working in the primary advanced voting. The poll pads are used, it's basically an iPad. It scans the voter IDs when they enter the polling location. It is also Wi-Fi enabled to let you know that. And it also syncs in real time to the local boards of election. It also shows the poll worker the voter's party of choice, and it loads the ballot onto a green card the size of a credit card, and it's widely used across the state of Georgia. During the general election, I was a poll manager in Cobb County. Leading up to that election, I received emails weekly from county election managers. None of these emails mentioned that a software person would be with me in the enclosed area at my polling location. Just to let you know, the Sunday before voting, I receive a very thick binder. It is required that if a poll watcher is to be in the enclosed area, a list of poll watchers will be in this binder. I did not have poll watchers. A nice gentleman by the name of Lucas was in my enclosed area for the entire day. He was a software person, I was told, and he was there to address any issues I had with software. Lucas sat at the end of the poll pad station the entire day. He did use his cell phone. Just to let you know, strict rules. No one is to use a cell phone in the enclosed area except the poll manager and the person at the provisional table. He had a sheet that I was required to sign every hour stating that he was present. Also, when he took a lunch break, I don't remember what was on that sheet. I just signed my name to it, stating that he was there. I also didn't know what he was doing on his phone. He sat at a specific chair at the end of the table, and his back was to the wall. The first issue we had on the poll pad, this was not related to absentee ballots, just to let you know, came up when a driver's license was scanned. The voter went through the process on the poll pad. They had walked away and came back. The person working at the poll pad called me over, and it said that this voter has already voted on the poll pad. I went over. The voter said, I didn't vote, it didn't work in the machine. But another voter had already gone to that machine. So we put it in. It clearly stated that we go to the manual. There's a poll pad manual. That was not an option as an error. So the software person who I look to as the expert didn't have an explanation or an answer. He's not permitted to touch anything on the screen. So we went through to cancel that card and reissue it. I made a note that I would have a canceled ballot at that time, and we reissued that voter card to that voter so that he can continue to vote. In the primary, I had worked the poll pad at a different location. I myself processed 300 voters, and that screen never happened. So I never had seen that screen before. The font on it, the way it came up, looked completely different. It was just something I had never seen before. So later in the day, I made a note of that at my desk because I knew every hour it's the manager or assistant manager's responsibility to track how many voters you have checked in at your location. And you do that by looking at the poll pad, counting how many people are at the machines, and looking at the scanner. Sometimes you're off a little bit, and I knew I would be off by one by that canceled ballot. I was at the beginning, right after that voter. This screen, though, came up a few more times. In the interim, I received a call from Janine that stated I should not have canceled that ballot. I should have just reissued the card. I'm new. I said, okay, fine, I will write that out on my report at the end of the night. I made a note that I'll be off one. However, in the middle of the afternoon, when the assistant manager was doing this report, he said, oh, great, our numbers are balanced. And he used to be the manager of that location. I was glad to have someone with so much experience. I didn't understand how our numbers were correct. If we had 4 people had gone through, I still was thinking in my head I should have one off. I didn't understand why I still wasn't one off, but he was excited. We were balanced. I thought, okay, it's my first time. I didn't know the report balanced. All of our numbers balanced. That still was kind of bothering me that our numbers were off. I did not understand who Lucas worked for. Cobb County has a separate tech person that comes with a Cobb County badge on. Lucas didn't wear a Cobb County badge. The Cobb County tech person comes and checks on us and then leaves. So I'm not sure who he worked for exactly. I am going to be a manager again next week, and I asked if he was going to be there. He was just referred to as a software person, so I'm not sure which company he represents. After the election and the news was happening, I called down to Robert Sinners with the Georgia GOP to see if I could help with anything. And I did go down and work at the voter fraud line down in Buckhead. In working there, I received multiple calls from other poll workers, managers, assistant managers throughout the state of Georgia reporting that they also received the same screen that I received, which I thought was odd. And one specific poll manager said that he received this screen on over 20 voters. It stuck out to him that he received this screen because to him, the voters all were young. They seemed to be first-time voters. They were in their late teens, early 20s. He was in a predominantly Republican area, so to him that stuck out to him that they were all young voters. For me, my voters were also Republican, but were not young, so I didn't make a correlation with the age. So I entered that into the Georgia GOP system and left it at that. I had another woman, to move on from the technology, who called. She and her husband voted in Buckhead during advanced voting. This is about the veteran. She regretted not taking a picture and went back to the Secretary of State site to check that their votes were logged in. She discovered that her vote was logged in and that her husband's was not. This bothered me because my father is a veteran, and her husband's vote did not register on the site. So that bothered me very much. I again logged that into the Georgia GOP system. I had two callers from Dunwoody who mentioned that they went to their respective polls. They have been voting in Dunwoody their whole lives. They are longtime Dunwoody residents. This is in DeKalb County. They found it odd that their poll workers were not the same poll workers they had always seen their whole lives. They're used to seeing community members. They said, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who are like grandparents from the neighborhood, are always at their polls. They showed up and they did not see any of these same people there. They thought they had maybe outsourced the workers at the polls. The other caller said the same thing. They also noticed this one specific caller said there were no cars in the parking lot except one covered with Biden signs, and that a van came and picked up all of the workers from that poll. And they seemed to be young college students working. They were very concerned about this, and they wondered why community people were not working at their polls. I myself worked advanced voting in Cobb County. I also noticed that there were not a lot of community members working. I actually worked on the poll pads, which are different when you work advanced voting, and I get paid more money when I work the poll pads. And I thought that was odd. As a community member and Cobb County resident, I get paid less money as a temp worker would. So I was a little upset about that.
I've got a couple of deadlines to meet here, but could you kind of summarize?
Yes, that's quick? I'm at the end. The other caller from Dunwoody, to go back to the QR codes, had an issue that Democrat ballots had one QR code on them and Republican ballots had two QR codes on it, and that they were directed to different scanners. My reason of bringing that up is I had logged in a lot of issues while I was down there for weeks into that system, and including Uakava ballots that also had issues, and overseas people with the watermarks, and people were not followed up on. And And this was my first election being involved. I'm licensed by the state of Georgia. I know if I don't follow rules and regulations, I get in trouble. Mm-hmm. And I don't know who is following up and who is standing up for residents of our great state. So if the Georgia GOP is not following up with people, if the Secretary of State is not following up with people, and our guidelines and rules, and I get that book and I put up signs in our voting locations with these OCGA rules, I don't know who is following them and who is enforcing them. And that's my concern, because if an assistant poll manager tells me he doesn't have time to remove a sign that a Democrat puts out that is a call to the Democrat office for voter fraud that's right outside the door of a voting location because he doesn't have time, and nobody is checking all of these rules we post, I don't understand that. So I just don't know who is protecting the people and who's protecting our votes. Yeah. So this was my first year being involved in our election process, and I'm just wondering who's protecting us. So that's why I'm here, and I have a lot of notes from, I also watched the recount in Cobb County, and I know I don't have a lot of time to share all of that with you, but I did bring it all down for you.
Thank you for coming down and being willing to share what you saw and your concerns. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
thank you.
Now, if we could have Dana Smith and Susie Voiles come in real quick.
That's what I had. Thank you.
Let Mr. Pitt know he's coming up next. Well, and have listed. Okay. Okay. Hey, Ms. Smith, I believe you.
If I look familiar,
I
yes.
think that you've had some challenges since your testimony here. If you could just relate that really quickly.
Yes.
That would be appreciated. And tell us where you're from, what election, what county you worked in, and what has happened to you since your testimony.
I'll pass these around just so people have them as a refresher. I'm Dana Smith. I live in Hartwell, Hart County. I did testify to you before. Since that time, I have not read the editorial that appeared in our local paper, but I heard from a couple neighbors, and my husband heard from some people at his work. They said, wow, are you comfortable with your election office really slandering your wife in the newspaper like that since she testified? Also, I have not been invited back as a poll worker again for the January 5th election, so I'm pretty sure I'm not really in great standing in my own county where I live, which has been pretty difficult. I came to you as just a concerned citizen. That's who I am, who happened to work as a poll worker and then a poll watcher, and I'm feeling a lot of repercussions for doing that. I addressed some of my concerns that are listed on the paper you have in front of you, but today I want to very quickly address concerns I have in the third paragraph from the bottom. I'll read that paragraph to you. It's very short. I was asked to be a poll watcher the following Monday, November 16th, and discovered that, and this was when we were counting these actual physical absentee paper ballots. During that counting process, one of the poll workers who was counting absentee paper ballots asked the question, since we aren't even looking at any signatures in this ballot count that we're doing, who has verified these signatures on these absentee ballots? And a lady, probably, I'm guessing in her 70s, said, oh, I personally am the one who verified about 90% of these ballots. And so the question was posed, well, do you have any special education or training in, are you a handwriting expert? What are your qualifications that you were able to yourself validate 90% of our absentee ballots in our county? And she said, well, I don't have any special training. It's really not difficult. People's signatures never really change. My only real challenge is that I'm comparing these signatures to that little electronic pad that people just scribble their name on when they go get their driver's license at the Georgia Department of Driver Service. And so that really bothered me. I thought, here's this lady, she's all by herself, she has no training or qualifications, and she's who's verifying the signatures on our absentee ballots. I sent a little thumb drive in with a photo. Could we pull that up, please? With that in mind, I talked to my daughter, who's a college student. These may be too hard for you to see, so I do have copies to send around for you. You can pass those around while I'm talking. My daughter is a college student. She attends university out west, and she voted absentee ballot. And so my daughter's absentee ballot would have gone through this very woman's hands in verifying her signature. This woman who said that people's signatures never change, I wanted to bring you something to show you my own daughter's signature. This is with her permission. She wasn't thrilled that you would be seeing her driver's license photos, and she would appreciate it if these didn't leave this room. On your upper left, that arrow number 1, you see her signature on her passport. This is her actual passport signature. Item number 2, on the right, the top one, is her South Carolina driver's license signature. We moved to Georgia in the spring from South Carolina. You'll see the issue date on the South Carolina license was in 2018. If you look where the red arrow is pointing, you see what her signature looked like there 2 years ago. You can compare that to her passport photo signature, and I think you can tell that her signature did indeed change. But even more startling is when you look at number 3. Number 3 is her Georgia driver's license, which if you look at the issue date, that was done in July of 2020. If you look at the arrow pointing at that signature, it is shocking the difference between signatures. That signature on her Georgia driver's license, that scribble down there on number 3, is what that woman would have been using to confirm my daughter's signature on her absentee ballot. I asked my daughter why she signed it like that, why it looked like that.
Could you? I got about 2 more minutes before we wrap up.
Great.
I need to wrap it on up.
So my point is, that woman, these women, these people in all of these election offices are actually have some of the most powerful positions in our state and in our country, because they are single-handedly, without oversight, our elected officials took away some of the safeguards for verification on these signatures, which you can see is ridiculous to be verifying my daughter's vote with that signature that she scribbled on the electronic pad at the Department of Licensing. I do not appreciate my elected officials taking away safeguards in our voting. I believe it was Ronald Reagan who famously once said, "Trust but verify." Our elected officials have taken away strong verification pieces, missing chain of custody pieces, missing signature verification pieces on absentee votes. I'm sorry, it's not okay with me to just trust. I can't just trust. We need to be allowed to have it verified. I am begging you before January 5th, please put the pieces back in place that were removed that protect people's votes, the verification. We should not be required to just trust with no verification.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Smith. Now with Susie Voiles.
Good afternoon. I had to see what time it was. I had to look down and check.
Yes.
I know you've been here a long time. Most of you have either read or heard a lot of my testimony. So I'm just going to remind you that I have been a poll worker for 20 years. My name is Susan Voiles. My friends call me Susie. Please feel free to do so. And I was the one that discovered an extra large batch of pristine ballots, and even more remarkably, they were all marked the same. And by marked the same, I don't mean just the same machine marking. I mean every candidate was exactly the same on both sides of the ballot through those 107 that were for Joseph Biden, even the referendums, even the commissioners. So with that being said, I've offered you a little update on what's happened to me. You should all have a letter from me, actually, from my attorney stating that, well, the first letter is from Fulton County releasing me from my 20-year position. It thanked me for my service at first. It was thank you very much, but you know your position's not guaranteed. I've been around the block enough to know exactly what they were saying, and that bothered me. A letter was sent in on my behalf designating whistleblower status, and one of my concerns is you also have a copy of the oath of office we take, and in there's a line designating that during the election I will do whatever I can to avoid any fraud, deceit, or abuse, not only during the election, but the continuance thereof. And that's when I saw these ballots, was the continuance thereof of the elections. What I'm concerned about now is that my colleagues who are upholding this same oath of office, who've been managing polls or just working in polls, to make sure that the constitutional integrity of votes is protected, are going to suffer some of the same fates and be reluctant to say, this is what I have seen. I have received nothing from Fulton County except that Richard Barron has slandered what I've worked hard over the last quite a few decades of my life to maintain my honest integrity and to maintain a good reputation. Proverbs says, a good name is to be treasured over riches, and I really believe that. And I've sought to do that in my dealings with everyone. And it just seemed rather odd to me that I did not get any response from him except an open response in the media. The other issue that I think is very interesting, even though he has not responded, my direct supervisor and some of the other supervisors have been in contact with me that they were sure I was going to be reinstated. And I don't think it's the matter of reinstatement that is of issue today. It's if we uphold our oath and we see fraud and we act upon that, how is that going to be received by any county officials? Are people going to suffer retribution? I was grateful to hear from my other supervisors that they thought I would be reinstated. The one thing I'm asking you to do is just to do your job. You guys have been wonderful. I really appreciate giving an open venue for people to discuss their concerns, but I'm asking you to protect not only me, but protect others against poll officials who are employed there from having retribution taken against them. The other thing that I've thought about is my friends who have come from communist countries, whether it's Cambodia, China, Vietnam, my friends who've come from totalitarian regimes in Venezuela and Cuba. These people came here because of what we have to offer in our country. If we, the last bastion of hope, are not going to have a commitment against communism and tyranny, we're going to be no better than what Joseph Stalin said. Remember, he said, we allow the people to cast the votes, but we decide who is elected. And I am fearful if we don't straighten out the system, that's where we're going to wind up. But thank you again for your time, and you all have a happy New Year.
Thank you. Mr. Cheeley? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Foyles. Yeah, are there any questions for Ms. Foyles before Ms. Cheeley? No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeley, did you want to mention something? Just one thing.
Mr. Chairman and the committee members, I respectfully request that you afford just a couple of minutes to Javon Pulitzer. He's just informed me of some very serious new evidence that he's just obtained from a Fulton County voting polling place within the last hour, and I think this committee needs to hear this.
Okay, we'll give him, can you do it just a couple of minutes, 2 minutes?
So as we all know, there's multiple teams working on this, and our technology team's into it. And as was broke early in the week and last week about connected devices, at this very moment at a polling location in the county, not only do we now have access through the devices to the poll pad, the system, but we are in. And it's not supposed to have Wi-Fi, and that's not supposed to be able to happen. So we've documented now. It's communicating two ways in real time, meaning it's receiving data and sending data. Should never happen, shouldn't be Wi-Fi. We've now documented it in real time so we can suck down the data. But that's going on right there where everybody's voting. And I just wanted to get it into the record.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Jones?
One of those, is it a mobile precinct or is it a...
No, it's a standing building.
Okay.
That this should not happen.
Right.
And shouldn't happen in any way, but this is another one in real time. Won't disclose location because every location is being checked, but we've now confirmed it 100%.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Beach, did you... And now come to Sil Beach and Tillery. Did you have a question? Okay, well, Senator Tillery.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We've heard that there's 3 different types of machines: a scanner, a ballot marking device, and a polling pad.
Right.
Do you know which one it is communicating, or can you tell that?
Right now, what you heard in the past was coming through the thermostat and stuff. This is now a more direct access way, and so this is coming through the polling pad device where they're checking everything. But now, it only takes one device where you daisy chain them together and do it. The most important thing is that shouldn't be two-waying and even shouldn't be accessible or on, and it's there. Were there any other questions?
Can I ask him one question? What effect could somebody with, dishonest purposes, what could that person do given this access that's going on right now in Fulton County?
Statistically, what can be going on when you have an operation like this is as that data is being exchanged and somebody's in it, can actually siphon off that data, modify the data, and feed it right back into the system, or kind of do a pump and dump in real time, right? It's kind of like at home when we all used to have a dial-up and you're connected to the internet and doing what you're doing, and then all your kids get on and the bandwidth goes down and everybody clogs. It creates that kind of atmosphere where not only are you in the system, but then once you get into the machine, you can do stuff in real time, changing its intent. That's what it opens up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Halliburton, did you want to say something you want to pass?
I'm just going to briefly summarize.
Okay.
Just from my seat here, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I represent a number of these individuals that came forth. I have a list of them: military, on to first-time voters, family members. We can't bring them all in here. We've got a major problem. I'm now having to represent pro bono people that have been terminated for coming before this honorable body to follow an oath to do their duty. We can't have that in this country. That's something you'd see in Saddam Hussein's Iran or something. They whisk you off if you have a differing opinion. They say that nothing good happens after midnight, and I think that summarizes this entire election. Donald Trump won Georgia. He lost, apparently, major cities in swing states in the middle of the night on one category of vote, these mail-in votes. We've got a major problem here in Georgia. My research, which is ongoing, and I'll tend to that to the committee members, I choose not to make it public right now for fear of retaliation as well. We've got a major problem in the Secretary of State's office. I'm not willing to say there's impropriety. I'm not taking that jump. But it's going to take some smart people on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, to come together and solve this. We have an administration there that's never handled this massive of a presidential election. First time that they've handled it. We've got problems. Let's smart people come together and let's figure out a solution.
and this is coming from someone who's not a Republican or a Democrat, just a rational Georgian trying to come up with some solutions. I've enjoyed working with the Giuliani legal team. They're very credible people, all these experts. This is not some farcical conspiracy. Very legitimate people, very top-notch experts trying to get it right. I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to hit Mr. Bobby Pitton on, he's on Zoom, if he's still there. He's been waiting a long time. You have Bobby Pitton?
Yeah, he just hasn't unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I don't know if my camera's working. I think that's on your end. If you want to put your camera on, that's fine. But I can just talk. But I can't touch.
I think it's on your side.
Are you sure? The host asked. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sounds good. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I've got some really interesting news to report, and I'm grateful for the senator.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then what you're going to tell us. And we have limited time, so we'll need for you to get to the essence of it, Mr. Pitt.
Absolutely. My name is Bobby Piton. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. I have a background in finance, economics. I have my MBA from Northwestern School, Kellogg and Strategy. And I'm working on my financial engineering degree just as a side thing. I love math. I've traded billions of shares of stock over my career. And I love reverse engineering, how systems work in a nutshell. And so let's just jump right into it, if you don't mind, since, like you said, we're out of time. We're going to run out of time. So I went through, basically what I did is I went through Fulton County, and I looked at 6 other surrounding counties. So the 6 counties that I looked at, in addition to Fulton, were Cherokee, Clayton, Cobb, Fayette, Forsyth, and Gwinnett. Now, they might not be exactly around it, but I wanted to just get a little bit of a sample of some counties that would be next to Fulton. And starting with the Fulton results, I thought it was fascinating that of all the people in Fulton in my data set, there's about 66,636 unique first names. There's 66,636 first names. Of those names, 46,796 only have only one instance of that first name. Now, on the last names, there's 105,558 last names, but 46,000 have only one instance. So 70% of all the names that are available for people in Fulton are unique. They have one instance of that first name, and 43% of the last names. Now, why is this significant, and why should every American be able to understand this concept? Nationwide, there's about 150,000 last names that account for about 90% of the U.S. population. 150,000 total last names are 90% of the country. So there's about one last name for every 2,000. There's about 2,000 people for every one of those most popular last names on average. Now, the ratio of first names to last names is about 30 to 1, 33 to 1 or so. So there's about 5,200 names that 90% of the people that you will come across in your life share. They're going to be one of those 5,200 names based on the statistics. I'm looking to get the whole data set for the country. I'd love to run a more accurate number, but this is just what I pulled off online. So you can see that right out of the gate, you have only 60,000 unique last names in Fulton, with 20,000 first names. It's 3 to 1 ratio versus 33 to 1. So it's a really, really big problem. So now I just wanted to make sure, is this a fluke? Is this possible? Maybe the surrounding counties will account for some of this. Maybe there's a bunch of people, there's only one of that person in Fulton, but then they're going to be they have family in Cherokee. They have family in Cobb. They have family in somewhere else, right? So I decided to look at that. And what I found is the number of unique first names jumps up, which is counterintuitive. The larger the sample size, the number of names should not just skyrocket off of it, because you should more likely be running into other people that have a similar last name.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Penn, let me ask you a quick question. Can you jump to your conclusion, because I've got one more witness, and
sure.
I've got to.
Here's the conclusion. Okay, right now you have a situation where the number of people with unique first names and the number of people with unique last names is so out of kilter that the only explanation could be that these are fake people. So what I wrote up, and I'll read it out, and then and this should hopefully sum it up, depending on how much time you have, is Georgia's complete mismatch and over the number of unique instances of first names, the overabundance of unique instances of last name, and the number of people in the first name category that kind of skews it, the last name category that skews it. When you compare that to Pennsylvania, it just so happens I did Pennsylvania first, and the results in Georgia are far worse than Pennsylvania. So this is what I wrote. Folks, this is how Georgia and Pennsylvania are intertwined, because a very powerful calculating domestic and or foreign actor ran an optimizer between these two states as though there were two stocks in a portfolio and calculated which voters were disposable. So when I took the top 1,000 names in Pennsylvania, you'll find that there's 440,000 last names. From what's based on what I just said with the national database. I did the same thing with Georgia, and I did this before I got called to do this testimony, by the way. So I already wrote this up about, I think, 6 days ago. With over 2 million people between these two data sets, the differential between how much Georgia is overstating how many people should be in the sample size is offsetting the shortage of people in Pennsylvania. So it's literally, there's a shortage of 440,000 people that should exist in Pennsylvania, and there's an overage of 428,000 people in Georgia. So literally less than 12,000, 0.6% on over 2 million records. And it gets even better than that. When you run the correlation between the last names in Pennsylvania and the same last names in Georgia, the same ones, like literally looking at Smiths, looking at Williams, etc., you have a negative 42% correlation. And I think the reason it isn't higher is there's some people with last names that didn't make the top 1,000 names in Georgia. But if you adjusted for that, I'm sure the correlation would shoot up. There is no doubt in my mind that based on the evidence, Stacey Abrams, if she was involved with this, because she says she's taking credit for this election, she needs to be arrested for probable cause. Your Secretary of State should be arrested for probable cause. Anybody can pull this data down for the state of Georgia and run the analysis themselves. I will tweet exactly how to do it. You can set it up in Excel. If you have a computer with Excel, I will show you the instructions. You can do these counts yourself, and you can see for yourself that it makes no sense that basically 1 out of every 2 people in Fulton that have a particular name, that 1 out of every 2 that you have is only one other person. There's no other person in Fulton when you run into somebody that has that name. It makes absolutely no sense. It's just mind-boggling that they were that lazy in creating this fraud. That's the only reason why I was able to catch this. I think that they were sloppy. The data is there, and I pulled up one last thing I want to mention. So I wanted to drill down and pull into one person's name.
Actually, I have about to run out of time, and I've got one more person that's been on hold.
Okay, can I give like 60 seconds? Can I just get 60 seconds, please?
30 seconds.
So, okay, Williams. I ran, there's 2 years. Williams in Fulton County, age 25, 26, and age 28 to 29, somewhere in there. All of a sudden, there's 160 of them that showed up, and there's 205 of them that showed up at 29. All the other ages around them were only one person, both directions. But those 2 age groups, a huge pocket showed up. I looked at those people, And would you believe that the first names of those people that just randomly showed up with the last names Williams, which I said is overstated by at least 2 times what it should be based on national statistics, was 45%. 45% of 300 plus people had a unique name from a subgroup of that name. And the same analysis applies on all these other last names as well. It proves my point that these people were manufactured, thrown back in time, and their identities are false. And we need the feds and the Justice Department to investigate this. I copy people on Twitter with the Justice Department, and I hope Ezra Cohen hears this message and the President of the United States hears this message. Arrests need to be made. This is absolutely disgusting and outrageous.
Thank you, Mr. Pitton, for your
testimony. Anybody could prove it.
Okay.
I could show them how to prove it in an afternoon. You don't need 3 days. Okay. I'll show you in 2 hours.
We've got to go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to Linda McLaughlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for sticking through this. My name is Linda McLaughlin. I have a background in politics and media. I have an MBA in business, and I am a part of the Data Integrity Group. One of the things that we have unfortunately seen is that no one has presented data. We hope to remedy that this afternoon. I'll be introducing my 2 colleagues here, Dave LeBeau and Justin Mealy, both of who are data scientists, and we will look at data. Please understand that data is numerical. It is not partisan. It has no red or blue attached to it. It is just numbers, and numbers is all we need to prove what we're trying to tell you today. I'll turn it over to Justin.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us to speak here. My name is Justin Mealy. I'm a 9.5-year veteran of the U.S. Navy as an electronic warfare technician and Arabic linguist, 4 years of which I spent at your very own Fort Gordon in Augusta. Then after that, a CIA contractor as a data analyst, programmer for the National Counterterrorism Center, and then now currently work for one of the big 4 accounting firms as a programmer, data scientist, everything in between. Okay. So the first thing I want to say real quick is that what we're not here to speak about, we're not here to speak about dead voters, illegal votes, out-of-state voters, that type of thing, right? Because although that might have happened and it might have affected the election, we can't prove it from a data perspective that because a dead voter voted, that they voted for Joe Biden. So because of that, we've thrown out that type of thing. We're only here to talk about hard data. So when you do hard data analysis, the most important thing you can ask is, what data are you analyzing? So we use 3 separate data sources, right? The first data source comes from the New York Times as a JSON feed. It's called the Edison data source. And that Edison data feed is a time series based data. When I say time series, I mean you have different vote releases at different intervals, and we can kind of see that votes are incremented at different intervals, right? Then the second data source actually feeds that data source, which you're going to see in the video that's coming. That second data source is the CITL data source. That CITL data source kind of bifurcates that data and sends sends the data exactly to the Edison data feed and sends that to the Secretary of State. So your Secretary of State's data that you're actually basing the certification process off of is that CITL data for all intents and purposes. Now, because the Secretary of State data gets it after the CITL server, what happens then is the Secretary of State could possibly change that. So we use a third data source, which is the Secretary of State data, to verify that the data totals down all the way down the line. Okay. So with that being said, there was a question earlier I heard from a senator where he asked something about, how many votes did something happen? How many votes, was it enough to change the election for Donald Trump or whatever like that, right? And I want to say that just about that question in particular, I think the person answered there were about 50 votes, 100 votes, that type of thing. I want to answer that question in particular to say that any change in that data set, you see, if there was a fraudulent activity that occurred, then you're looking at post-fraudulent data. Okay, so if I went into my calculator and I entered in 1 + 1 + 2, right, and then I got -6 at the end, from a time series perspective, I'm going to see 0 and I'm going to see -6, and I will never have seen all the data that happened in between. So that's what we're talking about here when we're talking about data. Okay, that being said, the thing I want to kind of conclude on before I turn over to David is that what we have here is we actually have fraud that we can prove in this election. There was fraud in Georgia's election. We can prove it with data. And because we can prove it with data, the voting will of the people of Georgia is not reflected in what was certified by the Secretary of State. So Dave is our lead data scientist, and go ahead.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you everyone for inviting us here today to speak.
I'm Dave LeBeau, a data scientist with over a decade of experience working directly with structured and unstructured data across a number of industries, specialized in machine learning and more recently artificial intelligence. I've worked with a multitude of data structures in the financial services, telecommunications, and in primary research consulting industries. The analysis we're going to be reviewing is purely scientific and not based on any political affiliation of red, blue, left, or right. We objectively focus on numbers, data, and machine network systems. Based on our extensive analysis across precinct, county, and state voting results, we've identified over 40 data points where negative voting or outright vote switching across candidates has totaled over 200,000 votes. Separately, we've applied machine learning algorithms that are regularly used for anomaly detection of fraud in financial services that flagged over 500 precincts with over 1 million corresponding votes that exhibited suspicious activity. So what's important to note here is that in alignment with standard fraud investigations, we've applied a rigorous, systematic, and sophisticated process that has consistently identified data points that other industries, including financial services, would label as suspicious activity or definitively declare fraudulent. So I'll pause and with this in mind, I want to make this a little bit more relatable. And if you can take a moment just to think about how your online banking experience works. You probably have a checking, savings, and credit card account all on a single screen. Your online banking is designed so that built into this website interface is a back-end connection to a database. And this will store all of your balances, including your deposits or withdrawals. So you can review your statement each month or in real time confirm that the transactions you made are accurate and true. So imagine now you logged into your account on November 5th and you noticed that there were something to the magnitude of 50 transfers across your accounts. Let's say you even deposited a few checks on the 3rd and 4th, and you would expect to see these transactions for each of the individual amounts you deposited. Now, instead, imagine your activity reflects these deposits going into your account, then being switched to a checking account, sometimes as an exact dollar amount, and other times being broken apart into slices and switched intermittently across different slice magnitudes. Now, this is obviously strange in itself and deeply concerning from a data integrity standpoint. Now, also imagine that some of these deductions are sent externally, and so the money is leaving your account entirely. You can see the exact amount that it's deducted and where it was sent that you did not authorize. So this is what we have identified within the voting system data that has been confirmed to align with the Secretary of State data that's used to certify these election results. The data is freely available to the public, but does require some advanced programming skills to extract, parse, and join these data sets in order to bring these types of insights to light. We're part of an independent team that has, in the spirit of transparency, made all of our analysis, programs, and data public so anyone can independently replicate. We've also put out a series of videos that help translate some of our more complicated analysis, which we're going to play here, that will help reinforce the message and maybe a different point of view that will help make these concepts more digestible.
Audio. I don't know if you meant to have audio. There's no audio.
Yeah, we can't hear it, guys.
You may be on mute. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Receiving over 90% in a precinct is a marker for fraud. In Fulton County alone, we can see that more than 150 precincts voted 90% or more for Biden. In the statewide race that was decided by less than 13,000 votes, these 150 Fulton precincts alone accounted for 152,000 Biden votes. This is a clear indicator of suspicious or outright fraudulent activity.
We've scanned 113,130 as of moments ago. We've adjudicated 106,000 plus of those.
Adjudication, the process of reviewing a ballot that may have been flagged during the ballot scanning process.
The only ballots that are adjudicated are if we have a ballot with a contest on it in which there's some question as to how the computer reads it. So the vote review panel then determines voter intent.
In 94 precincts in DeKalb County, it is statistically impossible to have 9 out of 10 voters voting for Joe Biden.
We've just seen a few examples of statistical irregularities and impossibilities. Now, we'll take a closer look at some vote manipulation within the election database, including explicit vote count switching from one candidate to another. You can see in Dodge County, there's a lot of strange activity going on. The left side of the screen shows incremental votes as they were reported for both election day and absentee. On the right, we can see the total vote counts, which should only be incremental, moving as the county reported in real time. Again, here we're focusing only on Donald Trump's votes. So this wouldn't necessarily be captured the state totals as they're reported on TV, since one county's deduction in votes can be offset by another county's reporting of equal or greater votes. The first question you're going to want to ask, or already have asked, is why are any bars going negative? And the answer is they shouldn't. Unbeknownst to the general public, votes for Donald Trump were being switched and removed from his total, which often coincided with other precinct updates that simultaneously offset deductions so that they appeared to remain neutral to outside observers. Across the 3 counties of Dodge, Daughtry, and Putnam, Trump has over 30,000 votes that simply disappear. Here, we have clear visibility of an event that occurred at the county level as we compare 2 data sources. In this case, Donald Trump reported 29,391 votes at 9/11 local time in Bibb County, Georgia. Simultaneously, Joe Biden was reported to have 17,218 votes. Minutes later, at the next reported time update from the precinct data sources, Donald Trump is reported to have 17,218 votes, and Biden now has 29,391 votes. A clear and exact switch of vote totals between candidates. Because there is a time lag between each state reported aggregation of county results, this type of switch can go undetected in state reporting, as long as it falls after the latest state refresh and before the next state update.
According to the Georgia Secretary of State website, Trump lost by 12,670 votes. As you saw earlier in this video, far more than that were taken from President Trump. In statistics, an anomaly or outlier is an observation or event that deviates so much from other events that it arouses suspicions in its generation. In this, an isolation forced is defined as a specialized learning algorithm for anomaly detection that works to the principle of isolating these outliers and flagging them for potential review. Remember these graphs when you meet your government officials in person. The burden of proof is on the system to prove our elections were fair, and not the people.
Okay, so here's how your vote is counted in Georgia using Fulton County's process as an example. So after you check in at a poll pad to vote on election day, you go to an ImageCast precinct terminal. After you cast your vote, a ballot image is saved on the machine. And after all the polls close, the SD cards containing all the ballot images are removed from the terminals and transported by car to, in Fulton County, one of 4 drop-off locations. Then it's transferred by police escort to the 1365 English Street warehouse. Inside of there, it is run through a tabulation software called Democracy Suite, which counts the ballots and exports the totals to a Dominion server that inserts those totals into a SQL Server database. From that point, it's directly transmitted to the CITL Election Night Reporting Server. The Election Night Reporting Server is responsible for transmitting the totals to the Secretary of State for output to their website, and data aggregators like Edison who then transmit that data to the networks.
As you just saw, there's a standard process for transferring votes by memory card from precinct to county vote aggregators. Now, let's focus specifically on this square box detailing the data entry process for county updates. The following options are available to anyone with access to these computers working in the election software: updating vote batches, rejecting vote batches, and even more notable, generating new or temporary batches that can be injected directly into the vote tally. Each of these options can then be validated and published into the system. Again, anyone working in the election software at this point has the power to manipulate large batches of votes. And all of this is before the data is even uploaded to the server.
What should have happened during the validation process? Were there two observers from both parties present for the transmission of the SD card? Were there two observers from both parties present in the car when the votes were taken to the drop-off locations? Is there a public log of these exchanges at the various drop-off points and locations? Why are elected officials not asking these questions about our most sacred right to vote?
Okay, so real quick, I just want to jump in there, and if you can go back to that chart, I want to reference two things on there. I'm sorry, the diagram. Okay, so in this diagram here, as I was telling you earlier, we use this CITL source, the election night reporting source. We have their data for all of Georgia. As also, we have the data that comes from the New York Times, or the New York Times Edison part on the right side there, right? And for all intents and purposes, that election night reporting is going from there directly to the Secretary of State. Right? This is the same data. It's the exact same data. Now, the thing is that in every single aspect of this chart, from the poll pad, which doesn't really affect the thing, to the ballot marking device, more importantly, these actual ballot marking devices on the precincts, when they are tabulated at the end of the polling period and the kind of these SD cards are removed, or sort of the compact flash drives are removed, they're transmitted by person to these drop-off points, tabulated, and so on and so forth. This whole process is a machine-to-machine transfer for all intents and purposes, using humans as a medium, but at the same time, you're not having people enter, for instance, into a spreadsheet, these totals. Because you're not having people enter these totals into a spreadsheet, that removes the entire layer and the entire argument for any kind of human entry error, because there's no human being entering anything anywhere in here. You can't show me a place where a human being enters stuff in here. Now, if there were a human being entering something in there, then that would point to a type of fraud or a fraud aspect of this whole thing. So the point is that our data that's showing these negative drops is coming from a machine-to-machine source. There's no reason that at any point something should be subtracted. And I want to make that very, very clear, that at no point in an incremental process should you decrement. Dave?
Are there any questions? No. Sorry,
to add to that too, I wanted to highlight just very quickly. I know we're short on time, but we mentioned the RTR software options in the video, and what's important here is that this is built into the software itself, so that when anyone logs into their Windows or Apple machines, you have a certain set of maybe you have parental controls on there for children, but in this particular case, there's no overarching controls, and this type of flexibility of options you see here on that 1 through 4 is available. So there's a situation where new batches can be created, you can reject, which is outside of this typical chain of sequence within this network diagram, where votes should go in at the polling locations. Votes should be counted at the absentee counting locations and through SD cards, and only in extreme situations, if there was an adjudication, are those processes should they be altered. And the fact that this exists anywhere within this sort of sequential supply is a vulnerability in the overall system. So this is here to identify that vulnerability exists, and also to reinforce the fact that what we had seen in our data analysis of votes going negative should be outside of that process, and also should not exist, because we are thinking about a machine talking to a machine talking to a machine. And a machine, unless it's explicitly programmed to decrement, should not decrement, especially in a voting situation. Similar as the way you deposit money into a bank account you mentioned earlier, votes, no different. You only are adding here. And if there's a removal, there needs to be a very good explanation as to why. And that has not been provided, and simply nor is it consistent with how the data is structured and what we've seen in our analysis as to any part of the process that would be consistent with normal or routine legal voting.
Are there any questions?
Can I make one brief, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
one brief note?
Yes.
Just as a point of reference in layman's terms, please understand that the data that your Secretary of State's office is certifying with is the same data that shows these negative decrements, is the same data that they are receiving, is what the New York Times is reporting, is what the networks are reporting. So either the Secretary of State's office is recording and certifying results that have negative errors and fraudulent votes in them, or someone is giving them negative information. We're not here to point fingers. We're just here to tell you that the certification of votes and the votes that were submitted for the state of Georgia have negative swings in them and have decrements in them. And these are errors, and they are not representative for the state of Georgia and how the state of Georgia's voters voted.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, may I also add something?
Yes.
So there was a point in that video where we showed, I think it was Richard Barron, who had said that 113,000 votes were cast, 105,000 were adjudicated, right? Now, that's not physically possible, which we can prove mathematically, but at the same time, if you adjudicate 105,000 votes, you have to understand from a technological perspective, as we've delved into all the different aspects of how the vote moves along. When you adjudicate a ballot, that old reference, the image that you saw or anything like that, is completely destroyed. It's gone. You can no longer reference that thing. And when you go run a hand recount, like you did in Georgia, then you're looking at the printouts of those ballot scans. So at no point did the original voter intent enter into that process once it's destroyed. And that's the one thing I don't really hear people talking about, which is very, very important, is that original ballot that you cast, especially from an absentee point, is destroyed and replaced with a new image with no metadata, no trail, and even from an audit perspective, it would fail because from an audit perspective, they're all using the same account to audit, so you don't know who made that change. You don't know how many times that change was made in the past. And if I had if I had a group of two people, the Republican and Democrat, which used to be three people, but if I had a group of two people that was auditing something, and then they changed that changed the ballot image, and then the other people from the League of Women Voters then audited that exact same ballot, the only thing you would see from the end perspective, data-wise, is that final audit. You would not see any intermediate audit or any intermediate ballot image or the original ballot image. So keep that in mind. When we're talking about adjudicated ballots, that should be a very severe thing to have to audit something. And when you're freely saying that there's 105,000 ballots that were audited, either you are saying that there's some kind of impossibility in the auditing process, or that you don't know what an audit means. And this person is in charge of the elections in Fulton County. So I just want to.
The major point is that if every vote counts, and we're seeing vote swings where there are changes, whether it's one vote, 30,000 votes, 200,000 votes, at what point do you as legislators, as elected officials of your people, start to raise the question, why are my people not being represented? Why are my voters' votes not counting?
And I said audit, I actually meant adjudicate, my bad. I meant adjudicate.
Yeah, we understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your presentation and all of the work and effort that you've put into this. So thank you so much. I think Mr. Smith had 1 minute, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ray Smith, co-counsel for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Very quickly, as you know, we have a lawsuit pending in Fulton County before the Superior Court here. As you know, the certification, or I should say the certification by the Secretary of State of a margin of 11,700 votes. But yet you heard here earlier testimony of Coffee County and alleging that there were other counties that were forced to certify the results. That margin, as you know, is less than 1%. But yet last week, in this very Capitol building, there was testimony from the Secretary of State through its counsel, Ryan Germany, that they sent letters to 8,000 Georgians, or excuse me, 8,000 voters, not Georgians, 8,000 people who voted illegally on November 3rd and told them not to vote on Tuesday. That's right. 8,000 people told them not to vote for U.S. Senate in the U.S. Senate race. That's almost 3/4 of the margin of victory of November 3rd. So that almost wipes out that entire margin right there. They also admitted 74 felons voted. So right there, how can they possibly certify that election? They also admitted that the 15,700 NCOA folks were filed. They also admitted that they had a 90% accuracy rate. Well, okay, 90%. What does that leave? That leaves 10%. We had a less than 1% margin. Less than 1% margin, but they're admitting that there's still a 10% margin that's not accurate. So I'm asking you, as this body, this Senate, this House, how can you all as a body stand by that certification? You can't. Thank you.
Senator Beach, you want to say something?
Chairman, I'll be brief because I know we're on a time limit. But, Chairman Ligon, I just want to say thank you. You're on your way out, so are you, Chairman Heath, and y'all are here today serving your last few days and making things happen for your constituents, and I want to thank you. I also want to say that I was just telling Chairman Jones, after 12 hours of testimony, you can't make some of this stuff up. I mean, it's just unbelievable what we've seen in this 12 hours of testimony. I'm embarrassed. It's an embarrassment for our state. And I am more and more convinced now that this was a well-orchestrated, well-coordinated effort by several groups to commit widespread and systemic fraud. And I just want to go through a couple things that I want to observe. One, we had out-of-state people voting. Even Gabe Sterling has admitted that a lady from Maryland used his address to vote in our election. He works for the Secretary of State's office. Number two, we had double voters. We had 1,700 double voters. After the primary, the Secretary of State had a press conference, said he was going to investigate and prosecute over 1,000 people that double voted in the primary. As of December 23rd, there's not been one investigation or one prosecution. We had felons voting, dead people voting. We had the State Farm Arena that we've just talked about with 37,500 ballots being counted with no supervision. And then we had a chain of custody with these drop boxes. And I want to mention this. A lady sent me this from Cobb County, and they're called Dropbox ballot transfer forms. And I've got 4 of them, but I'm just going to go over one. They're over 1,000 ballots total, but this one had 274 ballots. The same 2 people picked them all up. I'm not going to mention their names. They picked them up on 10/22 on this one. They are supposed to then take them directly to the Cobb County Elections Office and get them there that same day. They didn't arrive till 10:25, so they picked them up on 10:22. On 10:25, they go to the county register's office, the election office. Now, that is breaking the chain of custody. Where were these ballots? Were they in the trunk of a car? Were they in the back seat of a car? Were they in somebody's home? The chain of custody was broken. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'll end with this. People are mad. People are angry. We saw how angry this one lady that testified from Cobb County was. There's passion. These are real people. These aren't expert witnesses that Mr. Smith hires for court cases. These are our constituents. They're angry and they're mad, and they want us to do the right thing. Just like Mayor Giuliani said, we need to do the right thing, we need to take action, and we need to do something about this fraud. So I would suggest we focus on Fulton County and the State Farm Arena. And I would like to make a motion that we request Fulton County Board of Elections to make absentee ballots from State Farm Arena from 10:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. on election night available to the Chile Law Group and Mr. Pulitzer to validate if these are legitimate ballots. And I do that in the form of a motion. I second.
Well, we don't really have a formal committee, but we'll.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley, I'm Blake Tiller. Can you get just those ballots and make your determination, or do you really need all the ballots cast in the county? I wasn't following you how a subset of those ballots would help with the determination that Mr. Pulitzer was asking about.
We need the absentee ballots that were scanned at State Farm Arena that night between the hours of 11 p.m. on November 3rd and 1 a.m. on November 4th.
You would only need that time set. You wouldn't need the entire thing.
Right.
I was just trying to figure out how you would get by with just that subset.
That's only I don't know how many ballots.
The gentleman
that is.
behind you seems to be thinking that my question, and not to upstage you, but
you're correct, Senator. They would need all the mail-in ballots. That's what we had asked for. That's what the court order is for, to do all the mail-in ballots.
Okay.
We need them all because we can't self-step them.
So,
and we assumed that's what they were doing, was counting all the mail-in ballots at State Farm Arena that night.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate Senator Beach. I think that you have to have a motion from the members, correct?
Subcommittee members.
If Senator Beach would allow me, I'd restate his motion as a member of the subcommittee, but widen it to be, our request would be that the Fulton County Board of Elections would make the absentee ballots cast in Fulton County on the November 3rd election, or for the November 3rd election, available for inspection by the Chile group through the process that Mr. Pulitzer outlined earlier today. Was that restate your motion? Okay.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. Okay, well, we will certainly get that a letter out. Let me close up by thanking all of the people who have taken their time, especially those that came to the last meeting and were not able to speak. There were well over 100 people that came and that gave their time and that waited patiently. We just ran out of time. To all of the other people across the state who have sent me affidavits and letters and emails relating all of the irregularity that you have observed, or fraud, or the way that you've been treated hostilely. There have been people that have been barred from observing, that have been belittled, and that have not been treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve as participants in a process that is just the essence of what it means to be an American. I've been thinking of what this would be like. How do you get a proper analogy of this? And I think, what if I walked into my bank and I saw money being treated the way these ballots have been treated? And I went to the teller and I said, I'd like to see what's in my account. And they said, well, we're not going to show you your transactions. And if you ask me again, I'll call the sheriff and have you removed. I would immediately go to the president and demand that they give me my money, because I'd want to take it to somewhere else where I know that they're going to care for it and treat it properly. Then I thought about that more, and I thought, we're talking about something that people see really as more important than money, because the vote determines the type of country or state that you'll live in, how you will live, your future, and in a sense, it embodies everything, all of the God-given rights and liberties that our forefathers enshrined in our founding documents. And people know that and understand that. And I believe that we're seeing that people want to see that right jealously guarded, vigorously defended, and when there's an offense to it, they want to see it aggressively prosecuted, and they want it corrected, and they want it set right. In my opinion, I believe that we should come together as a body to meet and to look into these things and to consider what should be done for this past election, what should be done for the future elections. In that regard, it is my hope that going forward that some of the things that we've uncovered and the recommendations that have been presented in our report will be considered by the next legislature which meets, and that serious steps will be taken to ensure that we never find ourselves in a position like this again, and that we have a system of voting for our elections that we're proud of, that we have confidence in, and then we can vote and we can be satisfied that the results of that election do in fact reflect the will of the people, and then we can move on and just enjoy the tremendous gift that we have in this country. So thank you to all the members who've been here, and I'm going to I'm going to adjourn the meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi. We're happy to announce that you can also catch us on cable TV now. Millions of households already chose us as one of their trusted news sources, and you can too. You can watch us in Chicago, Washington, D.C., New York, and everywhere Verizon and Frontier Fios are available. And if your system doesn't carry NTD yet, you can just give them a quick call and request NTD on your cable provider. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.
Honor and dignity to generations past and will for generations to come. 4 years ago, we faced an historic crossroad. Career politicians promising change every election, but delivering emptiness. We chose a different path. A man who is not a politician. A man who cares. A man who loves America and all Americans. A man who works tirelessly for you, even tonight during this nomination. The results? Jobs were created, embracing the undeniable greatness of diversity. Prosperity, safe communities, protecting and serving, caring for one another. Still, politicians spun their deceptions and obstructed progress, fanning the flames of lawlessness. We all know that it is easy to criticize. It takes a true leader to solve problems. COVID-19, while others criticized without solutions, President Trump's swift action saved lives. And as leading Democrats want to keep businesses closed down, our president is leading the way for a full economic recovery. We are America. Despite unpredictable events, we as Americans work together to overcome challenges, write our own stories. The legends for our posterity. America. Land of promise. Land of opportunity. Land of heroes. Land of greatness. Join us over the next 4 nights as we write the next chapter of our journey and share our vision as the greatest country with the greatest citizens that attain the greatest achievements.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of promise.
Let us pray, and pray we must. As grateful citizens of a country we boldly claim to be one nation under God. Pray we must. Praising the Lord for a country where freedom of religion is so cherished, where both Republicans and Democrats begin their conventions, heads bowed in prayer. Pray we must, conscious of those suffering from COVID and those unwearied frontliners who care for them and all of us. Pray we must that all lives may be protected and respected in our troubled cities and the police who guard them, in tense world situations where our men and women in uniform keep the peace, for the innocent life of the baby in the womb, for our elders in nursing care and hospice, for our immigrants and refugees, those lives threatened by religious persecution throughout the world or by plague, hunger, drugs, human trafficking, or war. Pray we must in thanksgiving, dear God, for democracy, as we ask your hand, Almighty Father, upon this convention and the nominees of both parties, and his wisdom upon an electorate so eager to perform its duty of faithful citizenship. pray we do, for we dare claim, in God we trust. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. It is an honor to be with you tonight. My name is Charlie Kirk. I run the largest pro-American student organization in the country, Turning Point USA, fighting for the future of our republic. Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. For decades, ruling class leaders in both parties sold out our future to China, to faceless corporations, and to self-serving lobbyists. They did it to preserve their own power and enrich themselves, all while rigging the system to hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life. All of this changed dramatically in 2015, when a billionaire named Donald Trump put his own life of luxury on the line. From that moment he came down that famous escalator, he started a movement to reclaim our government from the rotten cartel of insiders that have been destroying our country. We may not have realized it at the time, but Trump is the bodyguard of Western civilization. Trump was elected to protect our families from the vengeful mob that seeks to destroy our way of life, our neighborhoods, schools, churches, and values. President Trump was elected to defend the American way of life. The American way of life means you follow the law, you work hard, you honor God, you raise your kids with strong values, and you work to create a civil society. The American way of life means you speak your mind without retribution, without being kicked off social media by a self-righteous censor in Silicon Valley. It means you can freely practice your religion, and that church is more essential than a casino. And it means that we judge people on their actions, not on their immutable characteristics. The American way of life is being dismantled by a group of bitter, deceitful, vengeful activists who have never built anything in their lives. They have us locking up pastors while releasing violent criminals from prison. We are kicking doctors off of social media, yet promoting Chinese state-funded propaganda on major tech platforms. This election is the most critical since 1860, when a man named Lincoln was elected to preserve the Union from disintegration. This election is not just the most important of our lifetime, it is the most important since the preservation of the Republic in 1865. By re-electing Trump, we will ensure that our kids are raised to love our country and respect its founding fathers, not taught to hate or be ashamed of them. We will build monuments to heroes, not burn down our cities. We will be a country that rises to higher heights, that dreams big, thinks big, and achieves the impossible. A country that values our remarkable journey, the complexities of our past, but clearly communicates to the next generation that we have to be grateful, not angry, that we live in the United States. We will be a country that makes it easier to have many children, live quiet and peaceable lives, and worship your God without a tyrant getting in the way. We will be a country that has its best 100 years ahead. We will build a future where America remains the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. All of that is within our grasp if we secure 4 more years for the defender of Western civilization, our champion, my friend, the 45th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Rebecca Friedrichs, a veteran California public school educator. I'm here to give voice to America's great teachers because our voices have been silenced for decades by unions who claim to represent us. They do not. When other dedicated teachers and I served within the unions, we spoke up in defense of children, parents, scientific fact, and American values. For our trouble, we were brutalized, booed off the platform, barred from committees, shouted down, and even spit upon by union leaders. This is how unions treat devoted teachers. But what's even worse is how their agenda of control deceives Americans and our children. They've intentionally rewritten American history to perpetuate division, pervert the memories of our American founders, and disparage our Judeo-Christian virtues. Their lenient discipline policies morphed our schools into war zones, and they back defunding police and abolishing ICE. Unions collect billions annually from unsuspecting teachers and push this radical agenda into our classrooms against our will. Why? The only way to keep a free republic is with a well-educated, moral citizenry that can self-govern. Unions are subverting our republic, so they undermine educational excellence, morality, law, and order. That's why they spend hundreds of millions annually to defeat charter schools and school choice, trapping so many precious low-income children in dangerous, corrupt, and low-performing schools. To fight back on behalf of children and America, brave teachers brought a lawsuit against unions. And do you know who intervened against us? The Obama-Biden administration and California Attorney General Kamala Harris. They argued against us at the U.S. Supreme Court. Their comrades labeled us spawns of Satan and slandered us in mainstream media. No matter their abuse, we'll keep fighting for the country and children we love, just like President Trump. He's breaking the union's grip on our schools. That's why unions have tried to destroy him since the day he was elected. But President Trump isn't afraid to fight for what's right. He won't back down. His courage gives great teachers renewed hope. He's even proposed education freedom scholarships to return control to parents, protect religious liberties, and empower kids to escape dangerous, low-performing schools. The Republican platform supports educational freedom. The Democrat Party does not. Democrats stand with deceptive teachers' unions who pick on loving teachers and little kids. President Trump stands with America's families, great teachers, and most importantly, our children. So America's great teachers, let's stand President Trump in protection of the kids and country we love.
I am so grateful to speak with you today. My name is Tanya Weinreis. I am from Montana, where I live with my husband, my hero, a Marine and retired police officer. My husband and I own Mountain Mud Espresso. We are not some multinational corporation. Our success is not measured by stockholders, but by our neighbors, the people we see at church, and at jiu-jitsu school with our son. Mountain Mud Espresso is the American story. A story not just for entrepreneurs, but for millions of hardworking men and women who are building their American dream every day. A few months ago, like so many businesses, we got the crushing news a large event we were serving was canceled because of the virus. Our business was on the brink, threatened to be shut down from losses that were not our fault. I was scared. I thought of our 50 employees, the Mountain Mud family, and when I thought of their jobs, I thought of their rent being due, their kids, and I felt personally responsible. I'm not too proud to admit that I fell on my knees and prayed, Lord, what do I do? His words rang clear. Keep on working. It will be okay. I had faith. And let me tell you, you have to have faith when your husband is a Marine and a police officer who was shot at on the job. And when you run a business, a little faith goes a long way. Faith in Jesus and faith in America. But I'm worried we have a generation of Americans who have been told that the American dream doesn't exist. That's a lie. I know because I live that dream. It's why I feel so strongly that we need a president who believes in the American dream like President Donald Trump, now more than ever. I am so thankful that my prayers for help were answered. My company was one of the first to receive a PPP loan, and praise God, it has been a lifesaver. Not only were we able to keep every single employee, but we've been hiring weekly ever since. I feel for local businesses across America who are under assault from shutdowns, from riots, and now facing the terrifying prospect of Joe Biden coming after everything we've built. I am so grateful we have leaders like President Trump standing up for local businesses like mine. Thank you, President Trump. It is exciting to be part of the great American comeback story.
I'm Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'm speaking to you from an auditorium emptier than Joe Biden's daily schedule. But we are a nation of full hearts and clear minds. We see the choice clearly: strength or weakness, energy or confusion, success or failure. President Trump is the first president since Reagan not to start a new war. Biden has foolishly cheerled decades of war without winning, without end. President Trump knows we are strongest when we fight hardest, not in distant deserts, but for our fellow Americans. We must fight to save America now, or we may lose her forever. Joe Biden might not even notice. Settle for Biden. That's the hashtag promoted by AOC and the socialists. The Woketopians will settle for Biden because they will make him an extra in a movie written, produced, and directed by others. It's a horror film, really. They'll disarm you, empty the prisons, lock you in your home, and invite MS-13 to live next door. And the police aren't coming when you call. In Democrat-run cities, they're already being defunded, disbanded. Blaming our best and allowing society's worst? That's the story they write in Hollywood. That's if the lights even stay on in California anymore. A state that cannot keep power running for its own people should not send its junior senator to be vice president. They used to write only in fiction, but nightmares are becoming real. Cops killed, children shot. At the Democrat convention, they say, if you vote against Trump, it will all stop. Appeasement is never a winning strategy. No, we won't settle for violence in our neighborhoods or at our border. We won't settle for decades of bad decisions by basement-dwelling Joe Biden. We settle a continent. We know that the frontier, the horizon, even the stars belong to us. Donald Trump, like all builders, is a visionary. That which is built in the mind is even more powerful than the brick and mortar that holds it together. First comes the mind, then the making. First comes the vision, then the work. Washington, Lincoln, and Jefferson are immortal precisely because of the pull they have on our imagination. You cannot cancel a culture that loves its heroes. The dangerous left need America to be weaker to accomplish their goal of replacing her. We know that to make America great again, we must first make something of ourselves. That is the meaning of true strength. My great-grandfather was a railroad man. As a Florida man, I watch our rockets routinely send the brightest beyond the heavens with our flag and our hope. America is the greatest country that has ever existed. Don't let any celebrity, athlete, or politician tell you otherwise. President Trump sometimes raises his voice and a ruckus. He knows that's what it takes to raise an army of patriots who love America and will protect her. We must win this election if we cherish our country as much as we should. For there is no place to run, no refuge for freedom should we fail. America is not just an idea or a constitution. It is our home. We must protect our home with unbreakable made in America strength. Strength I see every day in President Donald Trump. Thank you.
My name is Kim Klacik, and I'm running for Congress in Maryland's 7th District. And like Shirley Chisholm, I'm unbought and unbossed. Let me remind you, the Democrats have controlled this part of Baltimore City for over 50 years. And they have run this beautiful place right into the ground. Abandoned buildings, liquor stores on every corner, drug addicts, guns on the street. That's now the norm in many neighborhoods. You'd think Maryland taxpayers would be getting a whole lot since our taxes are out of control. Instead, we're paying for decades of incompetence and corruption. Sadly, the same cycle of decay exists in many of America's Democrat-run cities. And yet the Democrats still assume that black people will vote for them, no matter how much they let us down and take us for granted. We're sick of it. We're not going to take it anymore. The days of blindly supporting the Democrats are coming to an end. In Baltimore, we have the highest number of black Republicans in the entire country running for office this election cycle. Joe Biden believes we can't think for ourselves, that the color of someone's skin dictates their political views. We're not buying the lies anymore. You and your party have neglected us for far too long. We want safety in our neighborhoods. We want to make the most of the federal opportunity zone I'm standing in right now in West Baltimore. We want higher paying jobs and more business opportunities. We want lower taxes. We want school choice. We want a chance to get ahead, not just get by. That's what President Trump promised, and that's what President Trump delivered. I want Baltimore to be an example to Republicans around the country that we can compete in our inner cities if we reach out to the citizens and deliver real results. President Trump is bringing this country back roaring. He's bringing the American spirit to life for all Americans. So I'm asking you to help President Trump complete this great American comeback. And then I'm asking you to help me start this great Baltimore comeback. Thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening. I'm Ronna McDaniel, chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, and on behalf of everyone in our party and President Trump, thank you for tuning in as we kick off this historic convention. As we speak to you tonight, we send our thoughts and prayers to those facing terrible fires in California, recovering from storms in Iowa, and preparing for hurricanes in Louisiana and the Gulf Coast. Democrats started their convention last week with Eva Longoria, a famous Hollywood actress who played a housewife on TV. Well, I'm actually a real housewife and a mom from Michigan with two wonderful kids in public school who happens to be the only the second woman in 164 years to run the Republican Party. And unlike Joe Biden, President Trump didn't choose me because I'm a woman. He chose me because I was the best person for the job. 4 years ago, President Trump started a movement unlike any other. And over the next 4 days, we will hear from a few of the millions of hardworking, everyday Americans who have benefited from his leadership. If you watched the DNC last week, you probably noticed that Democrats spent a lot of time talking about how much they despise our president. But we heard very little about their actual policies. Policies that would have been unthinkable a decade ago. Policies like banning fossil fuels, eliminating private health insurance, taxpayer-funded health care for people who come here illegally, and defunding the police. Their argument for Joe Biden boiled down to the fact that they think he's a nice guy. Well, let me tell you, raising taxes on 82% of Americans is not nice. Eliminating 10 million good-paying oil and gas jobs is not nice. Policies that force jobs to flee our country or allow abortion up until the point of birth are not nice. The truth is, There's only one person who has empathized with everyday Americans and actually been fighting for them over the past 4 years, and that is President Donald Trump. In the nearly 4 years I've worked on behalf of President Trump, I've seen up close a man who has a deep love for family, a man who has reverence for the office of the presidency, a man with an incredible respect for law enforcement and our military. I've seen private moments where he comforts Americans in times of pain and sadness. Now, everyone knows he can be tough. He's tough when he takes on China, tough when he works to fix our unfair trade deals, tough when he fights to secure our borders. President Trump is always going to be tough when he is fighting for the American people, because nice guys like Joe cared more about countries like China and Iran than the United States of America. Tonight begins a new chapter in the great American story, a story that has inspired the world for generations. And when we re-elect President Trump this November, the best is yet to come. This election is the most important in our lifetime. Your vote counts more than ever. If you want to check your voting status, secure your ballot, or register to vote, text VOTE to 88022. Earlier today, President Trump and Vice President Pence came to North Carolina to thank our delegates for unanimously renominating them to a second term. Our official roll call and the business of our Republican convention was conducted today in Charlotte. We have created a short video to symbolize the excitement for President Trump across all 50 states and territories. Thank you for watching. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
The great state of Alabama,
Alaska,
American Samoa,
Arizona,
Arkansas,
California,
Colorado,
Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia,
Florida, Georgia, Guam,
Hawaii,
Idaho,
Illinois, Indiana,
Iowa,
Kansas,
Kentucky, Louisiana,
Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts,
Michigan,
Minnesota,
Mississippi, Missouri,
Montana, Nebraska,
Nevada, New Hampshire,
New Jersey,
New Mexico, New York,
the North Carolina,
North Dakota,
the Northern Mariana Islands,
Ohio,
Oklahoma,
Oregon, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico,
Rhode Island,
South Carolina,
South Dakota,
Tennessee,
the United States Virgin Islands,
Utah,
Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia,
Wisconsin,
Wyoming.
are excited to nominate
Donald J. Trump, and Vice President Mike Pence
for 4 more years.
Thank you for all you've done to make America great again.
It is our privilege
To nominate you for 4 more years.
and we know the best is yet to come.
Four more years.
4 more years, 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 4 more years.
We will make America great again. And ladies and gentlemen of this country, the best is yet to come. I didn't back down from my promises, and I've kept every single one.
This current administration had made hope possible.
We want this nation to continue to be the beacon of hope for the world.
How many people said they're going to leave America if Donald Trump was elected? They're all still here, and they're not going anywhere because we are in the land of the free.
We will never, ever sign bad trade deals. America first. Again, America first.
America's great USMCA trade bill.
This is a big win for the United States of America. This is a great trade deal.
We are going to lift the restrictions on the production of American energy. We will create millions of more jobs.
Hope to me is the belief in a better tomorrow and creating a better future for our children.
When I look in the eyes of my grandchildren, I want them to know that their papa was not silent.
We will rescue kids from failing schools by helping their parents send them to a safe school of their choice. We will completely rebuild our depleted military. The countries that we are protecting at a massive cost to us will be asked to pay their fair share. We will take care of our great veterans like they have never been taken care of before.
This guy saved me.
Yeah.
He saved me. Thanks to him, I'm here.
To me, he's giving people hope, what he's doing for the poor people, what he's doing for everybody.
We are going to appoint justices of the United States Supreme Court who will uphold our laws and our Constitution.
Why supporting law enforcement is so important for keeping America great.
As long as I'm president, I will never defund your police, that I promise you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We are going to start winning again. It's called Promises Made, Promises Kept.
My name is Amy Ford. I've been a registered nurse for 17 years. I'm from the small town of Williamson, West Virginia, where I've lived my entire life, the daughter of a nurse and a coal miner. Even though I was the youngest of 4 children, I was always somewhat of a caretaker. It came natural for me. So it felt right to follow in my mother's footsteps and become a nurse. And this March, when COVID-19 sent our country into crisis, I knew I had to help any way that I could. I deployed to New York in April and then to San Antonio, Texas, working as a COVID relief nurse in both states. As I contended with the challenges of treating our patients who had their worlds turned upside down, I noticed a positive change in our healthcare system. President Trump recognized the threat this virus presented for all Americans early on and made rapid policy changes. And as a result, telehealth services are now accessible to more than 71 million Americans, including 35 million children. Prior to COVID, telehealth was not covered or reimbursed under Medicare, Medicaid, or CHIP. This left our most vulnerable populations with no other choice but to have an in-person office visit with their physicians, increasing their risk of exposure to COVID-19 exponentially. The expansion of telehealth services has also resulted in the integration of video visits between patients and their families, allowing loved ones to have contact and visualization, as well as a better understanding of care. Telehealth has been essential during this pandemic. I don't want the media taking my personal story and twisting it, so let me be clear. As a healthcare professional, I can tell you without hesitation, Donald Trump's quick action and leadership saved thousands of lives during COVID-19. And the benefits of that response extend far beyond coronavirus. Telehealth will continue to aid many that are just unable to find transportation or a way to the doctor for regular checkups. This is especially true in rural America. I live in a town of about 2,000 people. We do not have buses, trains, trolleys, or Ubers available to us. In addition, the unavailability of services can also hinder treatment for many. So increased access to telehealth for millions of Americans has truly been life-saving, and we have President Trump to thank.
From the very beginning, Democrats, the media, and the World Health Organization got coronavirus wrong. The World Health Organization said, authorities have found no clear evidence of human-to-human transmission.
Overall, most people should not be terribly concerned about it.
Everything is fine here. We do want to say to people, come to Chinatown. Here we are. Come join us.
We don't even think it's going to be as bad as it was in other countries.
Go about your lives, go about your business.
One leader took decisive action to save lives. President Donald Trump, banning travel from China and coronavirus epicenters. Biden charged xenophobia, but President Trump was right, signing the CARES Act, providing immediate relief to American families, workers, and businesses, declaring a national emergency, tapping into $42 billion in existing emergency funding, quickly getting crucial personal protective equipment to the states, signing the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, ensuring that American families and businesses impacted by the virus receive the strong support they need, launching Operation Warp Speed to fast-track a vaccine in record time.
He said everything that I could have hoped for. Promise made, promise kept.
He is ready, willing, and able to help.
He has been responsive. He's done a lot of good things.
What the federal government did was a phenomenal accomplishment.
In our hour of need, you all literally are helping us in a big way. We were at the edge, and this is life or death stuff, and we're forever thankful for that.
Soon, we will emerge safer, stronger, and greater than ever.
I am Dr. G.E. Ghali, an oral and maxillofacial surgeon and chancellor of a large academic medical and research center in Louisiana. I feel uniquely positioned to share how President Trump's decisive leadership led to a rapid and efficient response to the coronavirus pandemic. I know this as a health professional and as someone who has recovered from COVID himself. The COVID-19 pandemic exploded into our great nation with an intensity unparalleled in history. But our medical investigation and drug development systems were not designed for a pandemic. The devastating effects of the coronavirus demanded immediate changes at the regulatory level. A prompt response led by President Trump cleared away the red tape that usually makes drug approvals a long and drawn-out process. By harnessing the resources of the federal government and the private sector, President Trump's Operation Warp Speed is accelerating the testing, supply, development, and distribution of therapeutics, diagnostics, and very shortly, effective vaccines to counter COVID-19. Let me give you 3 clear examples of how President Trump's leadership removed regulatory barriers so COVID patients could have faster access to effective therapies and diagnostics. First, on February 26, 2 Phase 3 clinical trials studying remdesivir were initiated. Just 2 months later, the FDA approved remdesivir for emergency use to treat COVID-19. Normally, this is a 3 to 5 year process. The amazing speed with which this happened in a safe but efficient manner is unheard of. Second, the FDA granted expanded access to COVID-19 convalescent plasma. Within 24 hours of this approval, we were administering convalescent plasma and remdesivir to a critically ill patient, a former Army Ranger and physician. Had it not been for the rapid deployment of these medicines, this patient, who is my colleague and friend, would have surely died. And third, at the end of July, I developed a fever and cough. I reached out to our testing team and received one of the Abbott rapid tests. Yet another tool quickly approved by this administration. Within 15 minutes, my test came back positive, and within 4 hours, I was receiving my remdesivir doses, followed by an infusion of convalescent plasma. As a physician, I've seen firsthand how these breakthroughs have saved countless lives. As a patient, I've benefited from the expedited therapies made possible by the swift action of this administration. President Trump truly moved mountains to save lives, and he deserves credit. Thank you, President Trump, for providing timely access to critical diagnostics and therapeutics during this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President, for your strong leadership in these challenging times.
When the China virus invaded our country, we launched the greatest mobilization of American society since World War II. Patriots of every race, color, and creed rallied together to defeat the invisible enemy and save the lives of their fellow citizens. Today, our hearts overflow with appreciation for the incredible frontline workers who risk their own health and safety to keep America strong and safe. When crisis came, millions of everyday Americans rose to the challenge. In their actions, we see true greatness of the American character. We always find a way to victory. History will remember and celebrate the heroes of 2020 for as long as our great American flag waves over the land that we love. To every frontline worker, I offer the salute of a nation that is forever in your debt. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. These are my friends. These are the incredible workers that helped us so much with the COVID. We can call it many different things, from China virus. I don't want to go through all the names because some people may get insulted, but that's the way it is. These are great, great people. Doctors, nurses, firemen, policemen. We want to thank you all. You have been incredible, and we want to thank you and all of the millions of people that you represent. Thank you all very much. Great job. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So tell me a little about your stories. How about we'll start with you?
I'm a postal worker. Delivered to the senior community during COVID-19.
Good. And we're taking good care of our postal workers.
Absolutely.
That I can tell you. Believe me, we're not getting rid of our postal workers, you know. They'd like to sort of put that out there. If anyone does, it's the Democrats, not the Republicans. I want to thank you very much, and thank everybody in that whole beautiful post office system. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
How about you?
I'm a trucker.
Good.
Own a small business in Ohio.
Great.
Hull and steel mostly. You know, some of our customers actually made hospital beds with some of the material.
That's fantastic. Well, congratulations. I love the truckers. You know, they're on my side.
Thank you.
I think all of them, frankly. I think pretty much all of them. How about you?
I'm a custodian at the post office as well.
What do you do exactly?
Clean up everybody's mess and everybody's germs and all that.
Can I tell you, that world, that profession will never be out of business. You know that, right?
Sure.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And how about you?
I'm a registered nurse, President Trump. I work at a New Jersey hospital. It's called Virtual Willingboro Hospital.
Right.
I also represent an organization of professional nurses. It's called the National Association of Catholic Nurses.
Very good.
But I want to tell you, sir, as a nursing supervisor, I am so in awe of your leadership. Honestly, I know many people have said often interesting things, but it takes a true leader to be able to ignore all that stuff and do what is right and not be offended by all the words being said.
Yeah.
And you really do show that positive spirit to us. And as nurses, I appreciate that. But just as an individual, I'm grateful for that.
Well, I'm for the nurses. I'm for the doctors. I'm for everybody. We just have to make this China virus go away, and it's happening. Please, go ahead.
I'm also a nurse. I represent Genesis Healthcare, which is a skilled nursing facility company. I want to thank you and your administration for all the supplies and support and funding that you've given the skilled nursing units. Without that, we couldn't do as well as we have done. I spent some time in New Jersey. I live in West Virginia. Went to New Jersey and did some work there. And we finally started to see things change and turn around.
I appreciate what you said, because we have delivered billions of dollars of equipment that governors were supposed to give, and in many cases, they didn't get. So the federal government had to help them, and all of the people that did this incredible work, they never got credit for it. But you understand where it came from. Thank you very much. Thank you both. It's really nice. Please, go ahead.
I'm a police officer in Englewood, Colorado, and I contracted COVID in late March and recovered.
That means we don't have to be afraid of you at all.
Yeah. I'm good to go.
Once you're recovered, you know, we have the whole thing with plasma happening. That means your blood is very valuable. You know that, right? Thank you very much. Great. Please.
I'm a detention deputy at the Kern County Sheriff's Department out in California.
Great.
And I also contracted COVID into March and recovered from that also.
How long was your problem?
I was sick about 10 days, really bad. I got everything besides a cough. But recovered. I was off work for a month and a half, and I work in our local county jails.
Did they do anything specifically to help you recover?
They gave me Z-Paks medication, cough syrup.
Okay, and I won't even ask you about the hydroxychloroquine because it's a shame what they've done to that one, but I took it. I took the Z-Pak also, and zinc. I want to thank you all very much. It's an honor to have you in the White House. You're fantastic people, and the people you represent an incredible group of people, and we love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Congressman Jim Jordan, representing the 4th District of Ohio. The Republican Party is the pro-America party. President Trump is the pro-America candidate. This election is about who can preserve the values, principles, and institutions that make America great. Don't believe me? Look at what's happening in American cities. Cities all run by Democrats. Crime, violence, and mob rule. Democrats refuse to denounce the mob, and their response to the chaos? Defund the police, defund Border Patrol, and defund our military. And while they're doing all this, they're also trying to take away your guns. Look at the positions they've taken in the past few months. Democrats won't let you go to church, but they'll let you protest. Democrats won't let you go to work, but they'll let you riot. And Democrats won't let you go to school, but they'll let you go loot. President Trump has fought against each of their crazy ideas. He's taken on the swamp. All of the swamp, the Democrats, the press, and the never-Trumpers. And when you take on the swamp fights back. They tried the Russia hoax, the Mueller investigation, and the fake impeachment. But in spite of this unbelievable opposition, this president has done what he said he would do. Taxes cut, regulations reduced, economy growing, lowest unemployment in 50 years, out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea, a new USMCA agreement, and of course, he's building the wall and rebuilding our economy as we speak. I love the president's intensity and his willingness to fight every day in Washington for our families. But what I also appreciate about the president is something most Americans never get to see, how much he truly cares about people. Our family has seen it. 2 years ago, our nephew Eli was killed in a car accident. He lived a mile up the road from us, grew up wrestling and training with our boys, was a high school state champion, varsity athlete for the University of Wisconsin. It was a Saturday morning, 3 days after the accident. I walked to the car to head up to Eli's parents' home when the president called. We talked about a few issues, and then he asked how the family was doing. I said, "They're doing okay, Mr. President, but it's tough." The president said, "Yeah, losing a loved one is always difficult, and it's really tough when they're so young." I then said, "Mr. President, I'm actually walking into their house right now. Obviously, they don't know that I'm talking to you, but if you'd be willing to say hello to Eli's dad, you'd make a terrible day a little less terrible." "What's his name?" the president asked. I walked through the door and said, "Todd, the president wants to talk to you." For the next 5 minutes, family and friends sat in complete silence as the president of the United States took time to talk to a dad who was hurting. That's the president I've gotten to know the last 4 years. The president who shared private moments like this with soldiers, victims of violent crime, and people who've had businesses destroyed by the mob. That's the individual who's made America great again, and who knows America's best days are still in front of us. And that's why I'm busting my tail to help him get reelected. I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you, and God bless our country.
I'm not an actor, a singer, or a politician. I'm Herschel Walker. Most of you know me as a football player, but I'm also a father, a man of faith, and a very good judge of character. I've known Donald Trump for 37 years, and I don't mean just casual ranting to him from time to time. I'm talking about a deep personal friendship. I watched him as an owner of a professional football team. Right after he bought the team, he set out to learn. He learned about the history of the team, the players, the coaches, every detail. Then he used what he learned to make the team better. I watched him in the boardroom. He can be in the middle of a big meeting, but if one of the kids was on the phone, he dropped everything to take the call. He taught me that the family should be your top priority. I watched him treat janitors, security guards, and waiters the same way he would treat a VIP. He made them feel special because he knew they were. He understands that they are the people who make this country run. They clean, they cook, they build, they drive, they deliver. He told me, Herschel, make an effort to get to know people. Remember their names. That stuck with me. One time, I planned to take his kids to Disney World with my family. At the last minute, Donald said he'd like to join us. So there he was, in a business suit, on It's a Small World ride. That was something to see. It just shows you what a caring, loving father he is. It hurt my soul to hear the terrible names that people call Donald. The worst one is racist. I take it as a personal insult that people would think I've had a 37-year friendship with a racist. People who think that don't know what they're talking about. Growing up in the Deep South, I've seen racism up close. I know what it is, and it isn't Donald Trump. Just because someone loves and respects the flag, our national anthem, and our country, doesn't mean they don't care about social justice. I care about all those things. So does Donald Trump. He shows how much he cares about social justice in the black community through his actions. And his action speaks louder than stickers or slogans on a jersey. He keeps right on fighting to improve the lives of black Americans and all Americans. He works night and day. He never stops. He leaves nothing on the field. Some people don't like his style, the way he knocks down obstacles that get in the way of his goals. People on the opposing team didn't like when I ran over them either. But that's how you get the job done. I pray every night that God gives him more time. Give him 4 more years. He has accomplished so much almost all by himself on a constant attack. But there's still more work to be done. If you love America and want to make it better, Donald Trump is your president. He's my president, and I'm blessed to call him friend.
Good evening. I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California. In the classic Jimmy Stewart film, It's a Wonderful Life, George Bailey is given a great gift, the chance to see what the world would be like without him. Tonight, Mr. President, we'd like to give you that same gift. Because without you, we'd all be living in Pottersville, sold out to a crooked Mr., or I should say, a crooked Mrs. Potter, with no hope of escape except death itself. I should know, because I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for you. About 5 years ago, I was the victim of a notoriously deadly medical error. I survived, but only to be diagnosed with a rare and terminal bone cancer. You know, the Democrats love to talk about healthcare being a human right. But a right to what? Well, I'll tell you. To them, it's a right to marijuana, opioids, and the right to die with dignity, a politically correct way of saying assisted suicide. I was told I was a burden to my family and to my country, and that by choosing to die early, I'd actually be saving the lives of others by preserving resources for them, rather than wasting them on a lost cause like myself. And when I failed the chemotherapies that were on the market, no one wanted me in their clinical trials. I'd make them look bad. They didn't give me the right to try experimental treatments, Mr. President. You did. And without you, I'd have died waiting for them to be approved. Now with the coronavirus, everyone knows what that feels like to be waiting for a cure. But we've only been waiting a few months. Just imagine what 2020 would have looked like, fighting for your life, without Donald Trump fighting for it too. In January, there would have been no China travel ban. Millions would have died. Millions more would have been infected. For there'd be no record levels of testing, no right to try treatments, no fast track for a vaccine, nor Operation Warp Speed ready to deliver it. And without Donald Trump as our patient advocate for the past 4 years, well, the opioid epidemic would have stolen even more lives from even more families. Kidney patients would have no future except dying on wait lists, for there'd be no initiative to increase donations. There'd still be no accountability at the VA, and our brave veterans would still be suffering long wait times with no choice nor access to faster care. Insulin and other drug prices would have continued to rise, while a record number of generic drugs would still be stuck in the pipeline. There'd be no price transparency. We wouldn't have health plans up to 60% cheaper than Obamacare, and we'd still be stuck with that infamous individual mandate. And God forbid what the next 4 years would look like. For in Joe Biden's America, China would control our drug production. We'd be one step closer to government-run health care. We wouldn't just be unable to keep our doctors, we'd be lucky if we could see any doctor. And even then, some of us would be denied care. For in socialized medicine, you don't beat the odds, you become the odds. And I would lose my right to try, just like Charlie Gard, that terminally ill British baby whose government-run healthcare system decided it was too expensive and too cruel to keep him alive. You see, Mr. President, you've done so much more than your promises made and promises kept. For numbers only tell part of the story. We are the rest of it. Facts with faces of Americans who would still be forgotten if you and our favorite First Lady hadn't given up your own wonderful life so we could have the chance at one. George Bailey's father was right. All you can take with you is that which you've given away. And Mr. President, that makes you the richest man in the world, for you have used your strength to make America strong again. Sacrificed the life you built to make America proud again. And you risked everything to make America safe again. It's a wonderful life. You made America great again. And on November 3rd, we are going to keep America great.
Hello, America. My name is Vernon Jones, and I'm a state representative from the great state of Georgia. As you can see, I'm a man of color, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, too. You may be wondering, why is a lifelong Democrat speaking at the Republican National Convention? And that's a fair question, and here's your answer. The Democratic Party does not want black people to leave their mental plantation. We've been forced to be there for decades and generations. But I have news for Joe Biden. We are free. We are free people with free minds. And I'm part of a large and growing segment of the black community who are independent thinkers, and we believe that Donald Trump is the president that America needs to lead us forward. This is no time for sleeping in the basement. Joe Biden has had 47 years to produce results. But he's been all talk and no action, just like so many of the Democrats who've been making promises to the black voters for decades. We've been their captive audience. When President Trump sought to earn the black vote, the Democratic Party leaders went crazy. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer literally started wearing kente cloths around the U.S. Capitol, as if pandering were enough to keep us satisfied. Let me tell you why I'm supporting our president. I grew up in the South, in Laurel Hill, North Carolina, Scotland County, the Green Pond community to be exact. My parents, Robin and Rufus Jones, built with their own hands a 4-room cinder-block home with no indoor plumbing. They had very limited education, but they instilled in us a strong work ethic that drove me from those tobacco fields of North Carolina to those hallowed halls of the Georgia General Assembly. My parents taught me if I believed in God, worked hard, and treated every person fairly, there was no limit to what we could achieve. I attended North Carolina Central University, an historical black college. For generations, HBCUs have been the incubators that develop black scholars in math and science and religion, engineering, and politics. They have been important springboards for the black success. But Democrats haven't treated them that way. when President Trump took office, he changed everything. He delivered historic funding to HBCUs, and he guaranteed it for 10 years, something that's never happened in the history of this country. That gave our HBCUs stability, the chance to grow, and produce the next generation of black leaders. That's right, Donald Trump did that. He's also supported school choice to ensure that no child, no matter their race or zip code, is left behind. Every child should have access to a quality education. But education is just the beginning. The president also built the most inclusive economy ever, with record low unemployment for African Americans and record high participation in the workforce. He put opportunity zones in the Trump tax bill that would drive investment into our communities for decades to come. He put the interests of American workers, and especially black workers, first. That's right, Donald Trump did that. He delivered historic criminal justice reform. He ended once and for all the policy of incarceration of black people, which has decimated our communities, caused by no other than Joe Biden. Democrats wouldn't do it. Obama didn't want to do it. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris definitely wouldn't do it. But Donald Trump did it. He's also working every day to make our communities safer. As a former executive of DeKalb County, Georgia, I directed one of the largest public safety departments in the Southeast. I've seen tragic shootings on both sides. Officers killing citizens and citizens killing officers in the line of duty. Police officers are our fellow citizens. They live in our country. They have families too. They live in our communities. Unfortunately, Democrats have turned their backs on our brave police officers. They call it defunding. And it's a danger to our cities, our neighborhoods, and our children. Isn't it ironic that Democrat politicians have personal security to protect them? So why don't they forego their security and replace them with social workers, especially since that's what they want for you and me? Our police need more funding, not less, for frequent psychological examinations, for non-lethal remote restraint technology, and for more de-escalation and use of force training. These are the common sense solutions that President Trump supports. True, sincere police reform. That's right. Donald Trump did that too. Education, jobs, safety, security, on issue after issue. And in just a single term, he destroyed these negative forces that have victimized the black community for decades. He gave us the opportunity to rise. Now, you know, when I made the public announcement of my support for President Trump, all hell broke loose. I was threatened, called an embarrassment, and asked to resign by my own party. Unfortunately, that's consistent with the Democratic Party and how they view independent thinking black men and women. But I'm here to tell you that black voices are becoming more woke and louder than ever. The Democratic Party has become infected with a pandemic of intolerance, bigotry, socialism, anti-law enforcement bias, and a dangerous tolerance for people who attack others, destroy their property, and terrorize our own communities. That's what this election is all about. And that's why right now, more than ever before, America needs Donald Trump in the Oval Office for another 4 years. God bless you, and vote Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
In 2018, a gunman walked into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, and changed my life forever. My name is Andrew Pollock. His name isn't worth saying. One of the seniors walking in the hallways that day was my beautiful daughter, Meadow. She was just months away from graduating and beginning a new life. We were so proud of the woman she had become. But in the hallway on that third floor, the gunman saw Meadow and shot her down the hallway, hitting her 4 times. After she was shot and on the floor, she crawled over to another student, a freshman girl, to protect her. She draped her body over her, and then the scumbag gunman shot my daughter at point-blank range 5 more times, killing Meadow and the girl she was shielding. She had a whole life ahead of her, and in that life, she could have done anything and been anything. So many moments that I waited so long for were taken from me. I didn't get to drop her off at college. I didn't get to walk her down the aisle. But every moment was taken from her, and for what? I never wanted this to become a political spectacle, but it did. I never wanted to meet the president like this, but I did. I was invited to the White House. The truth is, I had just buried my daughter that week. I really wasn't interested in public events like a tour or a photo op. I was interested in answers and solutions. So if the president wanted to meet me personally, I said I'd go. They said, of course, that was his plan. At the White House, my family and I sat with the president in the Oval Office and told him about Meadow. I told him what we knew. I told him that his administration needed to take a closer look at what went wrong and why. And I got to see who President Trump really is. He's a good man and a great listener, and he cuts through the BS. Then the president did what he said he would do. He took action. He formed a school safety commission that issued dozens of recommendations to make schools safer. But I'll bet you never heard about that. Instead, the media turned my daughter's murder into a coordinated attack on President Trump, Republicans, and our Second Amendment. In fact, when President Trump asked me and other parents of children that were murdered in school shootings to join him as he announced the commission's findings, the media's first question wasn't about protecting kids. Shockingly, they asked about the government shutdown. President Trump turned to me appalled and said, "Andy, can you believe these people? We're trying to talk about school safety, and this is what they do." But I could believe it. After my daughter's murder, the media didn't seem interested in the facts, so I found them myself. I learned that gun control laws didn't fail my daughter. People did. The gunman had threatened to kill his classmates before. He had threatened to rape them. He had threatened to shoot up the school. Every red flag you could imagine. But the school didn't just miss these red flags. They knowingly ignored them. Far-left Democrats in our school district made this shooting possible because they implemented something they called restorative justice. This policy, which really just blames teachers for students' failures, puts kids and teachers at risk and makes shootings more likely. But it was billed as a pioneering approach to discipline and safety. I was just fine with the old approach to discipline and safety. It was called discipline and safety. But the Obama-Biden administration took Parkland's bad policies and forced them into schools across America. When President Trump rescinded Obama's guidance on restorative justice policies, he put an end to that. And that meant the world to me. It's hard to tell how much Mr. Biden understands about what happened at Parkland. Mr. Biden has campaigned on bringing back restorative justice as part of his unity platform with Bernie Sanders and has pledged to implement it in school districts across America. But he doesn't even seem to know when the shooting happened. He said that he was vice president when it happened, but he wasn't. Mr. Biden may not know when my daughter was murdered, but I do. February 14, 2018. Mr. Biden may not know that these policies make shootings more likely, but I do. Mr. Biden may not know who was vice president that day, but I do. It wasn't Joe Biden. It was Mike Pence. Thank God. And I know who the president was, too. It wasn't Barack Obama. It was President Donald J. Trump, and he took action. I truly believe the safety of our kids depends on whether this man is reelected. I hope you'll join me in helping to make that happen. Mr. President, myself and millions of Americans appreciate you and love you. God bless America, and God bless our President, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
A curfew now in effect for the city of St. Louis.
Protests in St. Louis turned violent.
Mark McCloskey says he and his family have been threatened with violence.
Under Missouri law, you have a right to defend your home and the lives of your family.
A search warrant has been executed at the home of Mark and Patricia McCloskey.
The husband and wife attorneys charged with pointing guns at protesters.
They were simply trying to protect their home.
Good evening, America. We are Mark and Patty McCloskey. We're speaking to you tonight from St. Louis, Missouri, where just weeks ago you may have seen us defending our home as a mob of protesters descended on our neighborhood.
America is such a great country that not only do you have the right to own a gun and use it to defend yourself, but thousands of Americans will offer you free advice on how to use it. At least that's what we experienced. What you saw happen to us could just as easily happen to any of you who are watching from quiet neighborhoods around our country. And that's what we want to speak to you about tonight.
That's exactly right. Whether it's the defunding of police, ending cash bail so criminals can be released back out on the streets the same day to riot again, or encouraging anarchy and chaos on our streets, it seems as if the Democrats no longer view the government's job as protecting honest citizens from criminals, but rather protecting criminals from honest citizens. Not a single person in the out-of-control mob you saw at our house was charged with a crime. But you know who was? We were. They've actually charged us with felonies for daring to defend our home. On top of that, consider this. The Marxist liberal activist leading the mob to our neighborhood stood outside our home with a bullhorn screaming, "You can't stop the revolution." Just weeks later, that same Marxist activist won the Democrat nomination to hold a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. In the city of St. Louis, that's the same as winning the general election. That Marxist revolutionary is now going to be the Congresswoman from the 1st District of Missouri. These radicals are not content with marching in the streets. They want to walk the halls of Congress. They want to take over. They want power. This is Joe Biden's party. These are the people who will be in charge of your future and the future of your children.
They're not satisfied with spreading the chaos and violence into our communities. They want to abolish the suburbs altogether by ending single-family home zoning. This forced rezoning would bring crime, lawlessness, and low-quality apartments into now thriving suburban neighborhoods. President Trump smartly ended this government overreach, but Joe Biden wants to bring it back. These are the policies that are coming to a neighborhood near you. So make no mistake, no matter where you live, your family will not be safe in the radical Democrats' America.
At this moment in history, if you stand up for yourself and for the values our country was founded on, the mob, spurred on by their allies in the media, will try to destroy you. You've seen us on your TV screens and Twitter feeds. You know that we're not the kind of people who back down. Thankfully, neither is Donald Trump. President Trump will defend the God-given right of every American to protect their homes and their families. But more than that, Trump's vision for America is a country where you have an opportunity to work hard and build the life you dream of, with a job you love, with your children being educated in great schools, in a community where your family can play in the backyard without fear, worship in a church without shame, and express your beliefs without retribution. Trump brought us the greatest economy our country had ever seen. the Democrats have brought us nothing but destruction.
When we don't have basic safety and security in our communities, we'll never be free to build a brighter future for ourselves, for our children, or for our country. That's what's at stake in this election, and that's why we must re-elect Donald Trump. God bless you, God bless the President,
and God bless the United States.
Good evening, America. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle. I speak to you tonight as a mother, a former prosecutor, a Latina, and a proud American. And yes, a proud supporter of President Donald J. Trump. Why? Because he is the president who delivers for America. He built the greatest economy the world has ever known for the strivers, the working class and middle class. As commander-in-chief, he always puts America first. President Trump is the law and order president. Now, presidential leadership is not guaranteed. It is a choice. Biden, Harris, and the rest of the socialists will fundamentally change this nation. They want open borders, closed schools, dangerous amnesty, and will selfishly send your jobs back to China while they get rich. They will defund, dismantle, and destroy America's law enforcement. When you are in trouble and need police, don't count on the Democrats. As a first-generation American, I know how dangerous their socialist agenda is. My mother, Mercedes, was a special education teacher from Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. My father, also an immigrant, came to this nation in pursuit of the American dream. Now, I consider it my duty to fight to protect that dream. Rioters must not be allowed to destroy our cities. Human sex drug traffickers should not be allowed to cross our border. The same socialist policies which destroyed places like Cuba and Venezuela must not take root in our cities and our schools. If you want to see the socialist Biden-Harris future for our country, just take a look at California. It is a place of immense wealth, immeasurable innovation, and immaculate environment. And the Democrats turned it into a land of discarded heroin needles in parks, riots in streets, and blackouts in homes. In President Trump's America, we light things up. We don't dim them down. We build things up. We don't burn them down. We kneel in prayer, and we stand for our flag. This election is a battle for the soul of America. Your choice is clear. Do you support the cancel culture, the cosmopolitan elites of Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden, who blame America first? Do you think America is to blame? Or do you believe in American greatness? Believe in yourself, in President Trump, in individual and personal responsibility. They want to destroy this country and everything that we have fought for and hold dear. They want to steal your liberty, your freedom. They want to control what you see and think and believe so that they can control how you live. They want to enslave you to the weak, dependent, liberal, victim ideology to the point that you will not recognize this country or yourself. From the beginning, when President Trump spoke about making America great again, he was speaking about that shining city on a hill and restoring the beacon of light that once shined so bright. His promise was to put America first, and he has. When President Trump cut middle-class taxes, putting tens of thousands of dollars back in the pockets of working-class Americans, that beacon began to flicker once again. When President Trump commanded the defeat of ISIS, took out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, and paved the way for peace in the Middle East, that beacon started to glow. when he negotiated historic trade deals with Canada, Mexico, Japan, and China, bringing back thousands of manufacturing jobs to America. That beacon shined bright once again for the world to see. America, it's all on the line. President Trump believes in you. He emancipates and lifts you up to live your American dream. You are capable. You are qualified, you are powerful, and you have the ability to choose your life and determine your destiny. Don't let the Democrats take you for granted. Don't let them step on you. Don't let them destroy your families, your lives, and your future. Don't let them kill future generations because they told you and brainwashed you and fed you lies that you weren't good enough. Like my parents, you can achieve your American dream. You can be that shining example to the world. Manifest and be the change in this country that you dream, that you hope, that you believe in. Stand for an American president who is fearless, who believes in you, and who loves this country and will fight for her. President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
I'm Congressman Steve Scalise. We're facing some tough challenges in America. This isn't the first time we've been here. I've worked closely with Donald Trump over the last few years, and if there's one constant theme to how he approaches problems, it's how much he cares about the hardworking people that Washington left behind. I've seen this firsthand. After I was shot on a baseball field by a leftist gunman, first responders rushed me to a hospital where I battled for my life. That same night, Donald Trump came to the hospital along with First Lady Melania Trump. They consoled my wife Jennifer. They were there for my family in my darkest hours. Donald Trump would call to check on me throughout the following weeks just to see how I was doing. That's the kind of person he is. That's the side of Donald Trump that the media will never show you. Look, there's a lot at stake. This is an election between a party that wants to burn down the foundations of our country to the ground and a party that wants to rebuild and protect our great nation. The left wants to defund the police. This is personal to me. I wouldn't be here without the bravery and heroism of the men and women in law enforcement who saved my life. President Trump stands with those brave men and women. Joe Biden has embraced the left's insane mission to defund them. There won't be an America to leave to our children and grandchildren without those brave law enforcement officers and first responders. Joe Biden's made a career in Washington for 47 years, promising things he's never delivered. In just 3 short years, President Trump has delivered huge wins for American families. While Joe Biden made hollow promises when he chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee, Donald Trump took action and delivered criminal justice reform. Joe Biden claims to care about the working man, but millions of good manufacturing jobs were shipped overseas during the Obama-Biden years to countries like China. Donald Trump brought those jobs back. I've seen how deeply President Trump cares about rebuilding our evaporating middle class. President Trump pledged to give the forgotten men and women of America a real shot at the American dream. And again, he delivered. The lowest unemployment rate in over 50 years, women creating small businesses at record pace, wages rising, the fastest, by the way, for lowest income levels. What can Joe Biden say to that? What has Joe Biden done in his 47 years in Washington that can compare to that? President Trump has delivered for the hardworking people of this great nation. It's going to take that kind of bold leadership to get us out of this COVID crisis. After President Trump saved lives by shutting down flights from China and Europe, he's now focusing the full weight of the government on a revolutionary plan to cure this virus by cutting red tape and empowering scientists to create a vaccine. This is visionary leadership in action at a time when we can't afford another 47 years of hollow promises. America's been through tough times before. Who better to lead us out of these times than the president who already built the strongest economy our country has ever seen? Donald Trump did it before. Donald Trump will deliver for us again. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
I'm Sean Parnell, and it is an honor to be here. In 2006, the Army sent me to Afghanistan as a young platoon leader, placed in command of Americans from every corner of our planet. Our platoon reflected the diversity of our nation, every race, creed, and religion. Despite those differences, we were bound together as brothers from the same American family. On June 10, 2006, our platoon was attacked just after dawn. Outnumbered 10 to 1, we endured mortar and machine gun fire as hundreds of Taliban charged us from three sides. We had 24 men that day. Wave after wave of Taliban advanced up the hill. I was wounded 3 times in the fighting. Nearly all of my platoon was wounded within the first minute, but the enemy kept coming. We fought to our last rounds of ammunition, and when it was over, we held the hill. In the face of death, I saw ordinary Americans become heroes. In our darkest hour, when our survival depended on each other, my men and I learned an important lesson. We all bleed red. Our differences did not define us. United, we were unbeatable. After 485 days of combat, I came home eager to enjoy the freedoms I risked my life to defend. But I watched with alarm as the party of my grandfather, a lifelong Union Democrat, turned against the very people it professed to represent. I watched as Joe Biden spit venom at an auto worker who dared to question Joe's intent to dismantle the Second Amendment and take your guns. Where Democrats once stood for hard-working, law-abiding Americans who displayed our flag with pride, this new Democrat Party considers these people uneducated racists clinging to guns and Bibles. The party of Harry Truman became the party of hedge fund managers, Hollywood celebrities, tech moguls, and university professors, all bloated with contempt for middle America. I look across the aisle and I do not see a party that wants you to pursue your dreams. I see a Democrat Party that wants to dictate what those dreams are. I don't see a party that wants you to be free. I see a party that wants to chain you to conformity and will destroy anyone they deem a heretic. I swore an oath to defend my country and its Constitution. President Trump has sworn to do the same. That's why he's advanced freedom, despite savage political attacks, to overcome the agenda of the radical left. President Trump has unleashed the economic might of this nation like no other president in our history. He triggered the rising tide of working families, brought us energy independence, reclaimed jobs from overseas that, Democrats said would never return. He has fiercely defended the besieged First and Second Amendments. That is just a start. With 4 more years, imagine what we can achieve by simply working with our president. I believe in our president's vision for the future. I stand here tonight calling on all Americans to join us. It doesn't matter what you look like, who you love, how you worship your gender or your job. If you're a traditional Democrat who's become disillusioned with how radical your party has become, then stand with us. You are most welcome. America needs all her patriots to rush to her defense. My fellow Americans, I promise you this. In our tent, you are free. Free to speak the truth, choose your journey, define your life. You have the power to go as far as you aim, then aim higher and keep going, because that is what Americans do. We are idealists and dreamers, lovers of adventure. We're rugged and independent. We don't make excuses. We make the impossible a reality. Think about it. In a century, we went from ground-bound dreamers gazing to the stars to doers who created the means to reach them. This is not the time to stand on the sidelines. If you love our country as we do, as our president does, join the chorus of patriot voices that will preserve this exceptional union. Mr. President, lead the way. Millions in our American family believe in this path to destiny. Guide us to that horizon. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
We come together to imagine a future, determined by the shining light of our hopes and values and faith. A country where we are judged by our character with dignity and respect for all. The belief that all are created equal, that lives matter irrespective of race, creed, or color. Committed to excelling beyond our dreams. 4 years ago, we faced an historic crossroad. Career politicians promising change every election, but delivering emptiness. We chose a different path. A man who is not a politician. A man who cares. A man who works tirelessly for you. Still, politicians spun their deceptions and obstructed progress, fanning the flames of lawlessness. We all know that it is easy to criticize. It takes a true leader to solve problems. COVID-19, while others criticize without solutions, President Trump's swift action saved lives. And as leading Democrats want to keep businesses closed down, our president is leading the way for a full economic recovery. We are America. We as Americans work together to overcome challenges, write our own stories. America, land of promise, land of opportunity, land of heroes, land of greatness.
I thought I had been forgotten. I nearly gave up hope.
I was so afraid.
I believed I would die here.
American hostages, forgotten and wasting away in far-off prisons, wrongfully detained by foreign governments. Americans were beaten, abused, starved, and left for dead. Until President Donald Trump stepped in.
The 3 American hostages finally back on U.S. soil after being held captive in North Korea.
We're following some breaking news in Turkey where an American pastor, Andrew Brunson, has been released.
An American jailed in Egypt is back in the U.S. this morning after an intervention by the Trump administration.
A tough and skilled negotiator, President Trump successfully won the release of detainees and prisoners, among the most of any president in American history. While families waited in despair for news of their loved ones, President Trump provided a new spark of hope by bringing our hostages home.
We have Danny Birch back home, where he should be. He was in Yemen in a very horrible situation. Yesterday, the United States government secured the release of Caitlin Coleman, Joshua Boyle, and their 3 children. Today, we are bringing home another American citizen.
We just had news that Turkey released a prisoner that we were trying to get to the United States.
Under this administration, America has not and will not turn its back on our people. President Trump will bring them home.
Diplomacy, negotiation skills, perseverance, faith, the ingredients of hope when there is no hope. No American should ever be left behind. Priority, freeing American hostages.
We have 6 incredible people who were held hostage by various countries, and I'm very pleased to let everybody know that we brought back over 50 hostages from 22 different countries. We worked very hard on it, Ambassador O'Brien and others, and I will tell you, we We're very proud of the job we did, but I'd like to ask maybe Pastor Brunson to say a few words, so we can go through and just give us a little history of what happened and how is life treating you.
I was held in Turkey for 2 years, and you took unprecedented steps, actually, to secure my release, and your administration really fought for me. And I think if you hadn't done that, I may still be in Turkey. So I'm very grateful.
28 years, right? They had you there they had you scheduled for a long time, Andrew.
Yes.
We had to get you back. And I have to say that, to me, President Erdogan was very good. And I know they had you scheduled for a long time, and you were a very innocent person. And he ultimately, after we had a few conversations, he agreed. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the people of Turkey. And you still appreciate the people of Turkey, I understand, right?
We love the Turkish people. We still
That's great. It's great to have you back, Andrew. Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for having me. My name is Sam Goodwin. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I was held in Syria for 63 days, and I think I speak for my fellow former hostages and detainees here when I say I'm as grateful as I've ever been for anything to be home safely. And thank you for the invitation and opportunity to be here. Particularly, Ambassador O'Brien was incredibly supportive and helpful to my family, and can't say enough nice things about him. Thank you for promoting him.
Good.
And just really happy to be here, so thank you.
We got you back.
You got me back, yeah.
We got you all back, and we have some more that we're working on right now to get back that we better do. Please, go ahead.
My name is Michael White, Mr. President. I do, once again, it's an honor to be here, honor to meet you in person. Basically, what had happened with me is I traveled over to the country of Iran. It turned out it was a major trap, and I was apprehended there. I went through a lot in their injustice system, in the Iranian justice system. Iran is an oppressive, extortionist, terrorist regime. You know what I'm talking about. But what you did, sir, is you were able to get me out of that prison in record time. It was amazing.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you,
really
Mr. President. The honor's all mine.
Please.
Yeah, my name is Josh Holt. This is my wife, Tammy.
Yes.
We were held hostage in Venezuela for 2 years.
I know very well.
And you helped us get out. Senator Hatch worked with you very well on that as well. And it was a great honor to be able to meet you right when we got back. And I remember a lot of people asking me, what was it like meeting President Trump? And I just say I was blown away. I'd just gotten released after 2 years. Then I'm shaking the hand of the president in the Oval Office. I don't really remember a whole lot of it. So it's nice to meet you again. And it's been great. It's been great to be back, helping people through situations that they've gone through, and now we have started our family.
Well, the great people of Utah really wanted me to do something about the two of you, and we were able to do it. And a little bit of a miracle, I think, frankly.
It was.
Because that was a very hostile period. And we appreciate everybody working so hard with us, but we were able to get you both back. And are you living in Utah now, I hope?
We're still living in Utah.
That's good. We'll say hello to the folks in Utah, because they're great people. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Please.
I'm Brian there. Spent an unexpected trip there in India. I was not going to India. I was going through India to Nepal, where I've been working for the last 18 years. But on behalf of my family and myself, thank you, President Trump, for getting us out and getting us home. The darkest moment of our whole time together, your letter to my wife came. And it really gave her the hope and the peace. And
that's great.
From that time forward, as more people got involved, especially the ambassador there in India, things became more peaceful, and the hope was there for the last 4 months that we really would get to come home, because they had planned on keeping me for 3 to 5 years. The original charge thing was 3 to 5 years, right, and that was cleared, and then they came up with new charges to do a 7-year term.
Well, India responded very well to my request.
Good.
So we appreciate that.
And I appreciate everything y'all did.
Thank you all for being with us. We have a few more people we want to get back, and we will get them back, and they'll be back very soon. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great stories.
Hello, my name is Maximo Alvarez. I live in Miami, Florida, not far from the state of Florida, which is in just a 90-mile wide blue strip on a map for me. It divides freedom from fear. It divides the past from the present, from the future. I know all about the past. I'll never forget my own. My family has fled totalitarianism and communism more than once. First my dad from Spain, then from Cuba. But my families don't run away. By the grace of God, I live the American dream, the greatest blessing I ever had. My dad, who only had a 6th grade education, told me, "Don't lose this place. You'll never be as lucky as me." I'm speaking to you today because my family is done abandoning what we rightfully earned. There's no place to hide. I'm speaking to you today because President Trump may not always be politically correct. He's in fact a successful businessman, not your average career politician. Our president is just another family man, a friend, and most important, our elected commander-in-chief who puts America first. Keep in mind, the other guy running for president is mostly concerned about power. Yes, power for them, but not for the benefit of all Americans. I'm speaking to you today because I have seen people like this before. I've seen movements like this before. I've seen ideas like this before. And I am here to tell you, we cannot let them take over our country. I heard the promises of Fidel Castro, and I can never forget all those who grew up around me, who looked like me, who suffered and starved and died because they believed those empty promises. They swallowed the communist poison pill. If you have a chance, go to the Freedom Tower in Miami. Stop and listen. You can still hear the sounds of those broken promises. It is the sound of waves in the ocean carrying families clinging to pieces of wood. Families with children who can't swim, but willing to risk everything to reach this blessed land. It is the sound of tears hitting the paper of an application to become an American citizen. Most heard and liked the promises, but soon after, they experienced the reality. Look at them, listen to them, learn the truth. Those false promises: spread the wealth, free education, free health care, defund the police, trust the socialist state more than your family and your community. They don't sound radical to my ears. They sound familiar. When Fidel Castro was asked if he was a communist, he said he was a Roman Catholic. He knew he had to hide the truth. But the country I was born in is gone, totally destroyed. When I watch the news in Seattle, Chicago, Portland, and other cities, when I see the history being rewritten, when I hear the promises, I've heard echoes of the former life I never wanted to hear again. I see shadows I thought I had outrun. My parents only wanted one person to decide my fate: me. Not some party member, not some government official, not some bureaucrat. In America, I would decide my own future. I am so grateful to America, the place where I was able to build my American dream through hard work and determination. President Trump knows that the American story was written by people just like you and I, who love our country and take risks to build a future for our families and neighbors. I may be a Cuban-born, but I am 100% American. This is the greatest country in the world. And I said this before: if I gave away everything that I have today, it would not equal 1% of what I was given when I came to this great country of ours. the gift of freedom. Right now, it is up to us to decide our fate and to choose freedom over oppression. President Trump, he's fighting the forces of anarchy and communism. And I know he will continue to do just that. And what about his opponent and the rest of the DC swamp? I have no doubt they will hand the country over to those dangerous forces. You and I will decide. And here's what I've decided. My decision is very easy. I choose President Trump because I choose America. I choose freedom. I still hear my dad. There is no other place to go. Thank you, and may the good Lord bless America.
The Democrats are just going more and more left.
Many positive about socialism, liking it more than capitalism.
Many of the ideas we fought for that were considered radical are now mainstream.
The compromise that they came up with, if implemented, will make Biden the most progressive president since FDR.
The radical left has taken over the Democratic Party, and Joe Biden is marching in lockstep with them. Biden and the far left are promising to crush middle-class families with trillions in new taxes.
If you elect me, your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
Promising amnesty and health care for 11 million illegal immigrants.
Citizenship for 11 million undocumented folks.
Promising to shut down energy exploration, killing jobs, and hurting America's economy.
I guarantee we're going to end fossil fuel.
In Joe Biden's America, the radical left get whatever they want, and you get to pay for it. They've already taken over Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Don't let them take over America.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Haley, and it's great to be back at the Republican National Convention. I'll start with a little story. It's about an American ambassador to the United Nations, and it's about a speech she gave to this convention. She called for the re-election of the Republican president she served, and she called out his Democratic opponent, a former vice president from a failed administration. That ambassador said, and I quote, "Democrats always blame America first." The year was 1984. The president was Ronald Reagan, and Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick's words are just as true today. Joe Biden and the Democrats are still blaming America first. Donald Trump has always put America first, and he has earned 4 more years as president. It was an honor of a lifetime to serve as the United States ambassador to the United Nations. Now, the UN is not for the faint of heart. It's a place where dictators, murderers, and thieves denounce America and then put their hands out and demand that we pay their bills. Well, President Trump put an end to all of that. With his leadership, we did what Barack Obama and Joe Biden refused to do. We stood up for America, and we stood against our enemies. Obama and Biden let North Korea threaten America. President Trump rejected that weakness, and we passed the toughest sanctions on North Korea in history. Obama and Biden let Iran get away with murder and literally sent them a plane full of cash. President Trump did the right thing and ripped up the Iran nuclear deal. Obama and Biden led the United Nations to denounce our friend and ally, Israel. President Trump moved our embassy to Jerusalem, and when the UN tried to condemn us, I was proud to cast the American veto. This president has a record of strength and success. The former vice president has a record of weakness and failure. Joe Biden is good for Iran and ISIS, great for communist China, and he's a godsend to everyone who wants America to apologize, abstain, and abandon our values. Donald Trump takes a different approach. He's tough on China, and he took on ISIS and won. And he tells the world what it needs to hear. At home, the president is the clear choice on jobs and the economy. He's moved America forward, while Joe Biden has held America back. When Joe was VP, I was governor of the great state of South Carolina. We had a pretty good run. Manufacturers of all kinds flocked to our state from overseas, creating tens of thousands of American jobs. People were referring to South Carolina as the beast of the Southeast, which I loved. Everything we did happened in spite of Joe Biden and his old boss. We cut taxes, they raised them. We slashed red tape, they piled on more mandates. And when we brought in good-paying jobs, Biden and Obama sued us. I fought back, and they gave up. A Biden-Harris administration would be much, much worse. Last time, Joe's boss was Obama. This time, it would be Pelosi, Sanders, and the squad. Their vision for America is socialism, and we know that socialism has failed everywhere. They want to tell Americans how to live and what to think. They want a government takeover of health care. They want to ban fracking and kill millions of jobs. They want massive tax hikes on working families. Joe Biden and the socialist left would be a disaster for our economy. But President Trump is leading a new era of opportunity. Before Communist China gave us the coronavirus, we were breaking economic records left and right. The pandemic has set us back, but not for long. President Trump brought our economy back before, and he will bring it back again. There's one more important area where our president is right. He knows that political correctness and cancel culture are dangerous and just plain wrong. In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country. This is personal for me. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants. They came to America and settled in a small southern town. My father wore a turban. My mother wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black and white world. We faced discrimination and hardship, but my parents never gave in to grievance and hate. My mom built a successful business. My dad taught 30 years at a historically black college, and the people of South Carolina chose me as their first minority and first female governor. America is a story that's a work in progress. Now is the time to build on that progress and make America even freer, fairer, and better for everyone. That's why it's so tragic to see so much of the Democratic Party turning a blind eye towards riots and rage. The American people know we can do better. And of course we value and respect every black life. The black cops who've been shot in the line of duty, they matter. The black small business owners who've watched their life's work go up in flames, they matter. The black kids who've been gunned down on the playground, their lives matter too. And their lives are being ruined and stolen by the violence on our streets. It doesn't have to be like this. It wasn't like this in South Carolina 5 years ago. Our state came face to face with evil. A white supremacist walked into Mother Emanuel Church during Bible study. 12 African Americans pulled up a chair and prayed with him for an hour. Then he began to shoot. After that horrific tragedy, we didn't turn against each other. We came together, black and white, Democrat and Republican. Together we made the hard choices needed to heal. and removed a divisive symbol peacefully and respectfully. What happened then should give us hope now. America isn't perfect, but the principles we hold dear are perfect. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. It's time to keep that blessing alive for the next generation. This president and this party are committed to that noble task. We seek a nation that rises together, not falls apart in anarchy and anger. We know that the only way to overcome America's challenges is to embrace America's strengths. We are striving to reach a brighter future where every child goes to a world-class school chosen by their parents, where every family lives in a safe community with good jobs, where every entrepreneur has the freedom to achieve and inspire, where every believer can worship without fear and every life is protected, where every girl and boy, every woman and man of every race and religion has the best shot at the best life. In this election, we must choose the only candidate who has and who will continue delivering on that vision. President Trump and Vice President Pence have my support, and America has our promise. We will build on the progress of our past and unlock the promise of our future. That future starts when the American people re-elect President Donald Trump. Thank you, good night, and may God always bless America.
Good evening, America. I'm Donald Trump Jr. We're here tonight to talk about the great American story, to talk about this country we all love, this land of promise and opportunity, of heroes and greatness. Just a few short months ago, we were seeing the American dream become a reality for more of our citizens than ever before. The greatest prolonged economic expansion in American history, the lowest unemployment rate in nearly 50 years, the lowest unemployment rates ever for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, women, and pretty much every other demographic group. And then, courtesy of the Chinese Communist Party, the virus struck. The president quickly took action and shut down travel from China. Joe Biden and his Democrat allies called my father a racist and a xenophobe for doing it. They put political correctness ahead of the safety and security of the American people. Fortunately, as the virus began to spread, the president acted quickly and ensured ventilators got to hospitals that needed them most. He delivered PPE to our brave frontline workers, and he rallied the mighty American private sector to tackle this new challenge. There's more work to do, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Job gains are outpacing what the so-called experts expected. But Biden's radical left-wing policies would stop our economic recovery cold. He's already talking about shutting the country down again. It's madness. Democrats claim to be for workers, but they've spent the entire pandemic trying to sneak a tax break for millionaires in Democrat states into the COVID relief bill. Then they attacked my father for suspending the payroll tax for middle-class workers. In fact, if you think about it, Joe Biden's entire economic platform seems designed to crush the working man and woman. He supported the worst trade deals in the history of the planet. He voted for the NAFTA nightmare. Down the tubes went our auto industry. He pushed for TPP. Goodbye, manufacturing jobs. Beijing Biden is so weak on China that the intelligence community recently assessed that the Chinese Communist Party favors Biden. They know he'll weaken us both economically and on a world stage. Biden also wants to bring in more illegal immigrants to take jobs from American citizens. His open border policies would drive wages down for Americans at a time when low-income workers were getting real wage increases for the first time in modern history. He's pledged to repeal the Trump tax cuts, which were the biggest in our country. After 8 years of Obama and Biden's slow growth, Trump's policies have been like rocket fuel to the economy, and especially to the middle class. Biden has promised to take that money back out of your pocket and keep it in the swamp. That makes sense, though, considering Joe Biden is basically the Loch Ness Monster of the swamp. For the past half-century, he's been lurking around in there. He sticks his head up every now and then to run for president. Then he disappears and doesn't do much in between. So if you're looking for hope, look to the man who did what the failed Obama-Biden administration never could do and built the greatest economy our country has ever seen. And President Trump will do it again. We will be stronger than ever because when we put our mind to it, there is no obstacle that America can't surmount. Except there's a difference this time. In the past, both parties believed in the goodness of America. We agreed on where we wanted to go. We just disagreed on how to get there. This time, the other party is attacking the very principles on which our nation was founded. Freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the rule of law. Thomas Jefferson famously said, "I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man." Our founders believed there was nothing more important than protecting our God-given right to think for ourselves. Now, the left, they're trying to cancel all of those founders. They don't seem to understand this important principle. In order to improve in the future, we must learn from our past, not erase it. So we're not going to tear down monuments and forget the people who built our great nation. Instead, we will learn from our past so we don't repeat any mistakes. And we will work tirelessly to improve the lives of all Americans. Joe Biden and the radical left are now coming for our freedom of speech. They want to bully us into submission. If they get their way, it will no longer be the silent majority. It will be the silenced majority. This has to stop. Freedom of expression used to be a liberal value, at least before the radical left took over. Now the Republican Party is the home of free speech, the place where anyone from any background can speak their mind, and may the best ideas win. People of faith are under attack. You're not allowed to go to church, but mass chaos in the streets gets a pass. It's almost like this election is shaping up to be church, work, and school versus rioting, looting, and vandalism. Or, in the words of Biden and the Democrats, peaceful protesting. Anarchists have been flooding our streets, and Democrat mayors are ordering the police to stand down. Small businesses across America, many of them minority-owned, are being torched by mobs. The Democrat mayors pretend it's not happening. They actually called it a summer of love. And that brings me to another important principle. Every American must be free to live without fear of violence in your country, in your communities, and in your homes. All men and women are created equal and must be treated equally under the law. That's why we must put an end to racism, and we must ensure that any police officer who abuses their powers is held accountable. What happened to George Floyd is a disgrace, and if you know a police officer, you know they agree with that too. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that our police are American heroes. They deserve our deepest appreciation. Because no matter what the Democrats say, you and I both know when we dial 911, we don't want it going to voicemail. So defunding the police is not an option. Everything starts with safety and security. You can't have anything else without it. You can't focus on building a better future for your children without the peace of mind that they can study safely in their classrooms, play safely in their neighborhoods, and sleep safely in their beds. But safety is only the beginning. Trump's America is a land of opportunity, a place of promise. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a family that could afford the best schools and the finest universities. But a great education cannot be the exclusive right of the rich and powerful. It must be accessible to all. And that's why my dad is pro-school choice. That's why he's called education access the civil rights issue, not just of our time, but of all time. It is unacceptable that too many African American and Hispanic American children are stuck in bad schools just because of their zip code. Donald Trump will not stand for it. If Democrats really wanted to help minorities and underserved communities, instead of bowing to big money union bosses, they'd let parents choose what school is best for their kids. They'd limit immigration to protect American workers. They'd support the police who protect our neighborhoods. They'd learn how to negotiate trade deals that prioritize America's interests for a change. They'd end the endless wars and quit sending our young people to solve problems in foreign lands. They'd cut taxes for families and workers. They'd create opportunity zones that drive investment into inner cities. In other words, if Democrats cared for the forgotten men and women of our country, they'd do exactly what President Trump is doing. America is the greatest country on earth, but my father's entire worldview revolves around the idea that we can always do even better. Imagine the life you want to have, one with a great job, a beautiful home, a perfect family. You can have it. Imagine the country you want to live in, one with true equal opportunity, where hard work pays off and justice is served with compassion and without partiality. You can have it. Imagine a world where the evils of communism and radical Islamic terrorism are not given a chance to spread, where heroes are celebrated and the good guys win. You can have it. That is the life. That is the country. That is the world that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are after. And yes, you can have it. Because unlike Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats, our party is open to everyone. It starts by rejecting radicals who want to drag us into the dark and embracing the man who represents a bright and beautiful future for all. It starts by re-electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Thank you, and God bless America.
I'm Catalina Lauf. I work in the political space.
And I'm Madeline Lauf, and I'm the founder of Begin Health, a children's nutritional company.
We grew up in a really small town outside of Chicago.
Our mom's from Guatemala. Our dad's a small business owner from Chicago, and so we brought two different cultures together to create us. A little bit of crazy and
a little bit of fun, yeah. I guess. They taught us the values of hard work, liberty, to love this country unapologetically. Our dad is a beekeeper and just had so many different things out in the countryside, and it was just such a sweet
We grew up selling honey at farmers markets, so my line was, have you ever been stung by a bee? But really, it was teaching us, again, entrepreneurship, small business, self-reliance, and that we're the ones that need to put in the hard work to get what we want.
You know, my mother being from Guatemala, escaping what she had there, growing up in poverty, and coming here to the United States, being able to fulfill her destiny and be somebody that she couldn't there in her home country.
And they really instilled in us the sense of purpose, but also self-accountability, and that we had to strive to do the things that we wanted, and it was up to us to make those things happen.
In America, there's no ceiling of opportunity. You know, you define your own destiny through personal responsibility, through hard work, through having a moral value system. That's the American dream, and President Trump's providing that for everybody.
Look at my business, Begin Health. As a small startup that is growing and launching, we are constantly trying to innovate, and the big challenge that COVID brought that we just didn't see coming was that just almost everything kind of just shut down. And when you are a small startup and you have limited funding, and the funding is really only to kind of get you to that next milestone, we were really struggling. And so we were able to apply for a PPP loan, which really helped allow us to continue hiring and working and developing our products so that we could ultimately still launch.
It's now more than ever so important to have have a president and an administration that understands that small business is the backbone of our economy. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge. Manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade. These are things that affected real Americans. We have a champion in the Oval Office who has this business background. He actually understands the need for small businesses like my sisters to survive. We aren't the stereotypical conservative. I mean, we come from Hispanic descent and we're millennial women, and that's not what the media wants. And so somebody like AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this far left, these women come out with these very, very destructive political ideologies that are trying to infiltrate millennials and the next generation. I decided to step up and say, well, we need a counter voice to these women.
There has been an assault on capitalism, just generally. And I think it's very scary to imagine a Biden world where the progressive wing ideas are starting to take front and center stage. You know, that will really choke the American economy. There will be over-regulation, over-taxation. It's very hard to innovate through those two things. And ultimately, what's really sad is the thought of making all of us dependent on the government, and we are not going to allow that.
I've seen a lot of moderates, a lot of people now changing over because of everything that's been happening. This is a taste of Biden's America. I mean, the rioting, the crime, freedom is at stake now, and this is going to be the most important election of our lifetime. We want to preserve the America that our mother came here for. Having a thriving economy, that is keeping America great, and President Trump has delivered on that promise. He's truly fighting for the American people. We're the greatest country in the world, period. On our worst day, we're still the greatest country in the world. And in order to preserve that, it's by putting America first, having a thriving economy, having happiness.
Good evening. I'm Senator Tim Scott from the great state of South Carolina. To all of you tuning in and participating in the political process, God bless you. This isn't how I picture tonight, but our country is experiencing something none of us envisioned. From a global pandemic to the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, 2020 has tested our nation in ways we haven't seen for decades. But regardless of the challenges presented to us, every 4 years, Americans come together to vote, to share stories of what makes our nation strong and the lessons we have learned that can strengthen it for further generations. Because while this election is between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, it is not solely about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. It's about the promise of America. It's about you and me, our challenges and heartbreaks, hopes and dreams. It's about how we respond when tackling critical issues like police reform, when Democrats called our work a token effort and walked out of the room during negotiations because they wanted the issue more than they wanted a solution. Do we want a society that breeds success or a culture that cancels everything it even slightly disagrees with? I know where I stand. Because you see, I am living my mother's American dream. My parents divorced when I was 7 years old, and we moved in with my grandparents into a 2-bedroom home with me, my mom, and my brother sharing a room and one bed. My mom worked 16 hours a day to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. She knew that if we could find the opportunity, bigger things would come. I thought I had to use football to succeed in life, and my focus on academics faded away. My freshman year, I failed out. I failed 4 subjects: Spanish, English, world geography, and even civics. Trust me, though, after 7 years in the Senate, I know I'm not the only one in Congress who failed civics. But even while I was failing the 9th grade, my mother always said to me, "Timmy, if you would just shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll be among the stars." She never lost faith in me, even when I lost faith in myself. Because of her encouragement, I went to summer school and caught up. The next year, I met my mentor, John Moniz, a Chick-fil-A operator. John saw something in me that I could not see in myself and started teaching me valuable life lessons. Like having a job would be a good thing, but creating jobs would be even better. That having an income could change my lifestyle, but creating a profit could change my community. He planted the seeds of what would become opportunity zones. This initiative that the President and I worked together on is now bringing more than $75 billion of private sector investment into distressed communities. I took those lessons to heart and started putting the pieces of my life back together. I realized a quality education is the closest thing to magic in America. That's why I fight to this day for school choice, to make sure every child in every neighborhood has a quality education. I don't care if it's a public, private, charter, virtual, or a homeschool. When a parent has a choice, their kid has a better chance. And the President has fought alongside me on that. Later in life, I started my own small business. That's why I know it is critical for us to have a tax code that encourages growth. We actually saw revenues to the Treasury increase after we lowered taxes in 2017. Rest assured, the Democrats do not want you to know that. After starting my small business and spending some time in local government, I decided to run for Congress in 2010. The district is based in Charleston, South Carolina, where the Civil War started, against a son of our legendary Senator, Strom Thurmond. You may be asking yourself, how does a poor black kid from a single-parent household run and win in a race crowded with Republicans against a Thurmond? Because of the evolution of the Southern heart. In an overwhelmingly white district, the voters judged me not on the color of my skin, but on the content of my character. We live in a world that only wants you to believe in the bad news, racially, economically, and culturally polarizing news. The truth is, our nation's arc always bends back towards fairness. We are not fully where we want to be, but I thank God Almighty, we are not where we used to be. We are always striving to be better. When we stumble, and we will, we pick ourselves back up and try again. We don't give in to cancel culture or the radical and factually baseless belief that things are worse today than in the 1860s or the 1960s. We have work to do, but I believe in the goodness of America, the promise that all men and all women are created equal. And if you're watching tonight, I'm betting you do too. Over the past 4 years, we have made tremendous progress towards that promise. President Trump built the most inclusive economy ever. 7 million jobs created pre-COVID-19, and 2/3 of them went to women, African Americans, and Hispanics. The first new major effort to tackle poverty in a generation, opportunity zones. We put hard-earned tax dollars back in people's pockets by cutting their taxes, especially for single-parent households like the one I grew up in, cutting single mothers' taxes 70% on average. President Trump supported these tax cuts for those single moms and other working families and signed these policies into law, and our nation is better off for it. So, I'm going to ask you, the American people, not to simply look at what the candidates say, but to look back at what they've done. This election is about your future, and it is critical to paint a full picture of the records of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden said if a black man didn't vote for him, he wasn't truly black. Joe Biden said black people are a monolithic community. It was Joe Biden who said poor kids can be just as smart as white kids. And while his words are one thing, his actions take it to a whole new level. In 1994, Biden led the charge on a crime bill that put millions of black Americans behind bars. President Trump's criminal justice reform law fixed many of the disparities Biden created and made our system more fair and just for all Americans. Joe Biden also failed our nation's historically black colleges and universities, heaping blame on them as they fought to ensure our young folks had access to higher education. Once again, to clean up Joe Biden's mess, President Trump signed into law historically high funding for HBCUs, as well as a bill to give them permanent funding for the first time ever. And now Joe Biden wants to come for your pocketbooks. Unless, of course, you're a blue state millionaire. I'm serious. That's one of their solutions for the pandemic. They want to take more money from your pocket and give it to Manhattan elites and Hollywood moguls so they get a tax break. Republicans, however, passed President Trump's once-in-a-generation tax reform bill that lowered taxes for single moms, working families, and those in need. So when it comes to what Joe Biden says he'll do, look at his actions. Look at his policies. Look at what he already did and what he didn't do while he's been in Washington for 47 years. Ladies and gentlemen, people don't always see those failures because they think we're having a policy debate on two sides of an issue. That is not what is happening. Our side is working on policy, while Joe Biden's radical Democrats are trying to permanently transform what it means to be an American. Make no mistake, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want a cultural revolution, a fundamentally different America. If we let them, they will turn our country into a socialist utopia. And history has taught us that path only leads to pain and misery, especially for hardworking people hoping to rise. Instead, we must focus on the promise of the American journey. I know that journey well. My grandfather's 99th birthday would have been tomorrow. Growing up, he had to cross the street if a white person was coming. He suffered the indignity of being forced out of school as a third grader to pick cotton, and he never learned to read or write. Yet, he lived long enough to see his grandson become the first African American to be elected to both the United States House and the United States Senate in the history of this country. Our family went from cotton to Congress in one lifetime. And that's why I believe the next American century can be better than the last. There are millions of families just like mine all across this nation, full of potential, seeking to live the American dream. And I'm here tonight to tell you that supporting the Republican ticket gives you the best chance of making that dream a reality. God bless you. And Father, please continue blessing the United States of America. God bless.